Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Toplands 2020. Toplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Toplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Toplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Toplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Toplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Toplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/toplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/toplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Dota Khỉ. Tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetE. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. với slogan This is passion, thổ bùng đam mê. Giải đấu Top Talent là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống đơ ca khỉ, được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Talent 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Talent Esports để theo dõi đơ ca khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng đơ ca khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Talent 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone! It's me, your Ate Nikki from facebook.com/playwithnikki. I am a gamer, a streamer, a shoutcaster, and a host.
Everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020.
Hey guys, Asura here, and if you guys don't know who I am a professional shoutcaster, esports commentator, content creator, and streamer residing in the Philippines.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020.
Hello everyone, I'm Rosdak ASG, also known as Madam Mayora. I'm the team manager of Team Rosdak.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer.
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020
Hi, my name is Holler. I'm a caster, streamer, content creator, and you can find most of my work online at Holler TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bobby and I'm here at NetEase Games. I'm one of the community managers for Rules of Survival and Top Clans Esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur. I'm a caster, analyst, coach, and streamer from Malaysia for the game Dota 2.
Hello everyone, I am Nam, Catcaster. I am shoutcaster of many games from Thailand.
Hi everyone, I'm Clyde Lewis, player of Savage Gaming and player of one of the most trending games in PH, which is Ross.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat, the marketing manager of Top Clans from NetEase Games. I'm from the Philippines and this is my home office.
It's really sad that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and everyone, especially the esports scene, including me as a gamer, a shoutcaster, and a streamer. It has definitely affected me in a lot of ways. Gigs has been cancelled, LAN tournaments has been cancelled.
The pandemic affected us in a way that some of our players were not able to practice and play because they don't have their own computer. And we're usually present and cheering for our teammates in person at events like this, but now we're not able to do that because of the pandemic.
So this pandemic has definitely hit everybody hard, even those, working in the esports or gaming industry. People might think that, we all do our job at home, and some of the time we do, but some of the time we also do those big events, live events.
The epidemic affected us in the ways that we can practice together because one of my teammates doesn't have own computer. But we still practicing and teaching him our new strategy during ECQ.
I think passion is defined by how much time you spend in the 24 hours of your day doing something that you love and enjoy.
Passion for me is still doing what you love even though it was really hard for you. Passion is what drives me to prove everyone else wrong. Gaming is my passion.
Passion for me and for my team is what pushes us to grind harder and what motivates us to push us to our limits. Gaming should not be all about competition. Gaming should be about passion.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will bring out the best in every team that join the tournament. And thank you as well for the opportunity for us to play in your tournament.
My expectation in Top Clans 2020 is a successful tournament, and I know that we will get a champion and show to all people that our play is remarkable.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will be fair and fun like last year, Top Clans Arena. We have been waiting for this, and I cannot wait to see the result.
Top Clans returns this year to become the platform for gaming entertainment and to give an opportunity for competitive gamers to showcase their talents and be rewarded. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
This is passion.
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 It is passion.
This 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 is passion! Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Top Clans 2020. Top Clans 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Top Clans 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Top Clans appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Top Clans 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Top Clans 2020 tournament will begin on September 25, and we can watch through Top Clans 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/topclansofficial, and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/topclansesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, This is passion. Jadi buat teman-teman semua, jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with a total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Dota Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetEase. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rules of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. với slogan This is passion, thỏa buồn đam mê. Giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống Dota khỉ, được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi Dota khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thỏa buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng Dota khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
Hello everyone, welcome to Top Clans 2020. As the biggest multi-game tournament in Southeast Asia region, we aim to become the biggest digital esport platform that services all players, brands, and game developers to have everyone come to embrace our love for game and esport. This year, we have 5 game titles join Top Clans. A total of 28 days of tournaments will be live streamed in English, Thai, and also Malay, hoping to bring you guys the best esport experience. Today, we will present you guys Dota 2 Group Stage Competition of Top Clans 2020. Before we get started, we would like to thank the support from our TV partner, EGG Network, and also AIS Play. Also, don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and also Twitch channel for all Top Clan 2020's latest updates. You can also watch live with our partner platform at Kumu, Lazada and LazLive, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, and also TikTok. Thanks to our official partner, InfoFeed and Asian Galaxy. Top Clans 2020 is now broadcasting in Thai and also Malay language. And thanks to our network support, UU Game Booster. The game will start very soon. Our wonderful casters are waiting for you guys.
Hello everyone and welcome to Top Clans 2020 Dota 2 SCA Invitational. My name is Holler and I'm with Arthur. How are you doing today on this fine Thursday?
I'm great. We have got a very well-needed rest for 3 days break, as well as for the players as well. So I'm full of energy today, and I hope that the teams coming in today will be full of beans as well. And I look forward to seeing this IO Esports versus MTG matchup because I do feel like this could be the biggest matchup for the entire tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake right now. I feel like, I think you told me earlier that, IO Esports, mathematically, they need to win out this game to tie at the least, or else they're going to be eliminated from this, which is unfortunate. But if we're looking at the standings, and this is kind of how the whole structure works out, we've split out the 8 teams into 2 different groups. We have 4 teams in each of the groups. They play a round-robin best of 2 between all of them, and today and tomorrow are going to be the last days of the group stage, and then we're going to go into the knockout stage, which is going to be the playoffs. And so we're going to have the teams all throughout, and then 28th through 29th, and then the 30th on the grand finals. And then what are they playing for? They're playing for cash, of course, USD, and it's listed at the bottom here. First place is $7,000, and unfortunately, if you get eliminated, which might happen at the end of day today, 5th through 8th place is going to come home with only $1,000. So it's a sizable difference. You definitely want to win out, and you want to get at least to the playoffs where you're guaranteed, twice as much money, so to speak. So IO Esports, though, and Motivate Trust Gaming, right? That's going to be the starter game that we're going to play today. What do you think about this? Like, they're at the top right now, but seeing as Adroit Esports, we're thinking that they might be able to, win out against Brand Esports. But what are your thoughts there?
Well, first of all, I think Adroit, they are undergoing roster changes. You Ben Soid is out and 4F's in as a stand-in, but it still feels like Adroit should be a much better team than Brand Esports here. Whereas MG Trust and IO Esports, these are much closer than we thought. I feel like IO Dota, they have got 3 days of break. They should be studying MG Trust all the way. There's so many games MG Trust has played recently in this couple of months, and there's a lot of research that you can do. Whereas IO Dota, they themselves, they haven't been too active recently. So I would say IO Dota is a little bit of an underdog here, but I do feel like they will have what it takes to put an upset. Meanwhile, MG Trust, they have to be really careful going into IO Dota. This is not a team that you can underestimate at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you definitely. I mean, if you win out, you're guaranteed moving on. At least in the first series. The second series is a little bit more different in the sense that, like, Adroit Esports, if they do end up losing, which could very well happen, especially with the roster changes that you mentioned with 4Ev and everything coming in, they might be in a world of hurt, right? IO Dota and MD Trust are tops. If Adroit doesn't even come out with a tie, then Adroit is going to be eliminated themselves. So can Brand play the spoiler for today? We're going to have to find out later today. That's going to be the secondary match, which is going to start at 3 p.m. and the first game is going to start up very, very soon. Now, throughout this, we're going to have a live streaming event. We're going to have Find the Code. Basically, you're going to find a little bit of commentary on the middle right screen. And it's going to happen with like a first blood, triple kill, rampage, any sort of thing that a specific situation is going to happen. And basically all you need to do is type that into the comments wherever you're watching, from YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, all of the above. We're going to look at all of them, and we're going to pick a random winner of those people that have actually commented. And so we're going to have a winner announced right after the game. So it's very, very quick. We're guaranteed winners. So it's the easiest way to get in, and you get the Dota 2 cosmetics. So something that you can easily win out. Definitely something that you want to do. And the secondary to that is going to have a share to win. This is going to be where you basically share the stream wherever you are. Just share it to your stackmates, your friends, your enemies, whatever it is. Let them know that you're going to do that, and we'll find you again, and we'll pick out another winner for that. So easiest ways to win, two ways to win, and you're going to get Dota 2 hats. Awesome. So Arthur, have you shared already?
Me, I've been sharing every single day, just that I haven't been lucky. I'm never lucky when it comes to any giveaway things, but let's take a look at IO Dota if you're not very familiar with them. We've got Witty Faded, Nia666, Ohio, Badusai, also known as Roger, and also of course Mushi, the legendary Malaysian player. And this is a full Malaysian roster. Should be pretty promising and exciting if you're a Malaysian Dota fan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean the team is stacked, right? And we have some old blood in the the Mushi Ohios of the worlds, and then we have the younger ones, which is Nia666. How old is he again?
I think he's around 17 and 18, and he hit 9k MMR like at the 17th of age. Can you imagine that? I mean, I haven't even get into Dota 2 when I was 17.
Yeah, that's actually crazy if you think about it. And then we're looking at Motivate Trust Gaming. This one is going to be the team from Thailand. Jackie Fearless, Mazaros, Q, and Boombai. And we're going to go into the draft to start things off. Initial bans, Oracle, Morana. Tiny and Oracle, I get behind. I think that they're very strong. But the Morana pick, what do you think about that?
Well, Mirana is just a target ban towards Roger. He's a fantastic Mirana 4 player. And then they have so many different sort of strategies surrounding the Mirana. You can go for a Sanking Mirana, Ogamajai Mirana. It just opens up a lot of possibilities when you go into drafting. And Snapfire is being left alone. Immediately, Motivate Trust Gaming picks her up. I think Snapfire is one of the heroes so far that is always contested when it comes to drafting. He's either first ban or just first pick.
Yeah, and this one looks to be like a Boombell one. Obviously, they can flex it into other lanes. But, I mean, just looking at Boombell's previous stats, he's played the past 10 games he's been on Snapfire, he's won 70% of the time. So he definitely knows what he's doing with his Snapfire.
Also, the Oracle ban kind of give it away on the Snapfire pick here, because I know the fact that Moderate Trust, they love picking this Oracle to counter the Snapfire, simply because the Face Edict will be able to mitigate all of the magic damage coming out from Snapfire, and obviously that's very good. It helps your core survive through the wombo combo coming out of Snapfire. Motivate Trust here, they are just going to double down on the power of Snapfire and goes with a Warlock, goes with a Clockwork.
And like you talk about the fact that Bootbell does play an Oracle, and they do spam that hero quite a bit, especially in the tournament games as well. But I mean, why would you ban it yourself? Like, are you just so firm on this Snapfire that it's gonna just win you the game that like you would ban out the Oracle? Is that the direction, so to speak?
Yeah, also because they want to keep this Snapfire open, right? You want to be able to ban out some of the counters of Snapfire so that you have the possibility open to switch Snapfire to a core. Because let's say if they want to switch Snapfire to core, but you are heavily countered by this position 5 Oracle, then it makes your decision worse. And which is why I think the Oracle ban is really smart from Motivate Trust.
Okay. So it's working around.
Speaking about that though.
What is this storm ban?
I mean, they do go for a similar pick themselves. They went for a Lifestealer. You have the Rage that totally ignore multi creases. So that's a very similar approach, and I definitely like this a lot. Like this very much. Lifestealer against Snapfire and Clockwork. I feel like should be a pretty good hero here.
Yeah. And actually, they've banned out the Faceless, and it's looking to be something else. I mean, the Faceless one, obviously, nice little combo with Snapfire there, so that makes sense to me. But are you okay with picking the Lifestealer out that early?
Well, I'm not the biggest fan of this because I do feel like even though Snapfire is pretty strong in this current meta, but it does have a lot of counters as well. Faceless White Slara, they are starting to ban out all the Lifestealer counters, but they're just a lot other more. You still got Swen in the pool, Ursa fares pretty well against the Lifestealer too. So I don't think you have enough bans to ban out all the counters to make sure that this Lifestealer have a good game. You just IO Esports, they kind of have to surround this Lifestealer and build a draft around him.
Okay. So it looks like they're kind of debating what they want. I mean, they're trying to protect it in the sense that they're banning the Slardar as well. What is another one that you just don't want to lane against with the Lifestealer?
Well, I think Slardar is the biggest problem here that most melee carries wouldn't want to be playing against. But Lifestealer, he's a hero that the biggest advantage of him is he's super sustainable in the lane. You can almost leave Lifestealer on the lane every single time. Once he hit level 5 timing with the face boot, and then you can just leave him alone. That would be completely fine. I think one types of hero that he doesn't want to fare with is maybe some kind of range hero that can just constantly harass him off the lane, something like a Wind Ranger of 3. But the thing is, Motivate Trust, they don't really play any range off lane because most of their heroes will be the Timber Saw from Masaros, the Tide Hunter, all this beefy kind of hero. And I think Timber Saw could be good against Lifestealer in one way.
Okay. I mean, they've picked a Centaur here, so they have a vehicle for Lifestealer, something to kind of work with him. But that and the Grim, they've got like what? Probably a 3-5-1. So they got the 2 and the 4 still kind of up in play. The issue I have with IO Dota's draft is that they're pretty much set in what they're going to do. There's not going to be like a Centaur 4. It's not going to be like a position 5 Lifestealer. You know what I mean? Like these are pretty much they're telegraphing what they're going to go with.
No, they are definitely. They are basically showing hands here to Motivate Trust. And it's really up to Motivate Trust to counter this Lifestealer and Centaur pick. I'm not sure the sequence of picking in Iron Esports here on how to gain themselves an advantage. And immediately you know that Masaros, his best hero is the Timber Saw. And if you're picking 2 strength heroes and if you're blind picking 2 strength heroes, Masaros is no doubt he's going to pick up the Timber Saw. And I can see Timber Saw having a big successful game here.
Yeah. I mean, they tried to thwart it away, tried to deter from using Timber here with that Grim, because he does kind of counter him. I mean, the Phantom Embrace is super annoying as a Timber player. Definitely something you want to work out. But considering, MTG have gone with like 3 strength heroes themselves, they're kind of protecting it, as well. But you're kind of forcing then IO Dota to just go with more magic damage, some way to kind of just handle this Timber. You want to do it. But if we're talking about lane, Lifestealer and the Lifestealer just in the lane against the Timber, who gives the matchup?
Well, there's a couple of ways for Lifestealer to lane against Team Bristol, but I'd say no matter what, Team Bristol will be up there with an advantage. It's just about Lifestealer, you know, the decision to go head to head with Team Bristol or just ignore Team Bristol and go for a farming build. We have seen this from Jack from Execration. I believe that there was one Lifestealer versus Team Bristol matchup as well, and Lifestealer just totally ignored Team Bristol and went straight for the Maelstrom.
Yeah.
And he gets like a Maelstrom at like I think 10 minutes, and he just become an unstoppable monster because he just farms so fast. And he doesn't have to kill Team Bristol, he just have to make sure that he farms fast, get all the items, and then kill the other heroes. And he went for the Team Bristol last. This is one of the approach, and I would say the best approach against the Team Bristol. And also right now, iSpot, they picked the Phoenix as well. This is one of the best heroes on the support side that can counter Team Bristol with the Sunray percentage base damage. I would say looks pretty good, but the thing is, you're picking Phoenix into the Sapphire, and then you're countered by the Juggernaut.
Yep. Yeah, both of those things. I mean, there's like the fast attack speeds is going to be a problem. Like the snap was like, it's debatable just because he can kind of break that egg very, very quickly. But I mean, I think they were looking at it more from like a magic damage perspective. You got the Sunray that can potentially heal the Centaur and the Lifestealer when they're going in, and it kind of deals with the Timber, which deals percentage damage, which is pretty massive. So, you know, it's a little bit of you're going to counter pick, but at the same time they have their own counters. So it's going to be like a really well balanced lineup. You know what I mean? Like everybody has their own counters to specific heroes, and we're going to see how this one plays out. But it's going to come down to player skill. I don't think that you're going to have that one hero that's just going to counter everything, and it's like, oh, this is the last pick Meepo or whatever that just takes over. But again, they're just like really varied in terms of how they're balancing out this lineup.
Oh yeah, that's why Dota is so beautiful, right? On paper, this A counters B, but if you play it a little bit differently, it might not be the case. And this is exactly what Phoenix brings to the table for IO Esports. I think the Phoenix, his goal here is to just maximize his Sunray's damage every single time in a team fight and leave the egg, the Supernova, to the very last. And with speaking of very last, Motivate Trust, they go with the last pick Invoker here by Fearless. Fearless is one of the, you know, Invoker he's definitely very comfortable on that. It's just my concern is he's blind picking the Invoker into Nia, and that's that. I can believe that Nia definitely has something up to counter this Invoker lane. It could be a Viper, it could be the Kunkka, or even Brood.
Yeah, the Brood would just destroy him. But I think that if you go Brood, you could probably swap things up. You know what I mean? Like I think that the Timber, like you would put it mid. Maybe you play the Clock as a 3. Or the Snapfire is a 3. You know what I mean? Like there are ways around it. Maybe you flex Invoker to 4, which isn't great, I know, but there are kind of ways around it. But again, I think that this is more of a fearless respect, right? And you've got the Pugna here. What are your thoughts on that one into Invoker?
Well, I mean, Pugna is just the IO specialty, you know, especially Nia. He definitely loves this hero, but I do not think this would be a very good Pugna game. I don't think this is going to be easy for Nia. You're playing Pugna into Invoker and Clockwork, also Team Bristol. These are the very good heroes that can close gap and really just get on top of you. So I think he'll have to get a very good start in the laning phase and then build into this very early false stuff to help him get out of trouble. But if that doesn't happen, if Boombell does his job in getting a few early successful roams on Pugna, I think this can really change the game, because Pugna is the only playmaker here in the early game for IO Esports.
Yeah. And I mean, just with that matchup, Fearless 100% in BTS. He's had 3 games with Invoker. He won all 3 of them. I believe he's 82% or whatever in the last 11 games just playing Invoker. So Fearless is in a great spot, and just he understands all of those matchups. But to Nia and to Io's, points is that they needed a pusher. They found one in Pugna, and they want to end the game sooner rather than later. And I think that, the lineup is pretty well balanced in that sense. If that, it's going to come down to the laning phase. If they have a good 10, 15 minutes, this game could be over very quickly. But I think MTG have a little slight advantage just because I like their draft a little bit better. I think it's a little bit more balanced. What do you think?
I definitely agree with you. Like, looking at IO Esports draft, Lifestealer is going to invest in the Centaur most of the time, and then they want to go in with the Inkswall and then bam, get one quick heal and get out. Because for Motivate Trust, all they have to do is survive through the first initial goal from IO Esports. If Motivate Trust can last longer than IO Esports in in the team fight, I would definitely say Motivated Trust, they are going to deal even more damage than IO Dota, because that's just how the draft plays out. And looking at sustainability, this is what Motivated Trust Gaming, their heroes are about. You know, you have this healing ward from Juggernaut Invoker with a lot of regens with Quas, and of course also the Timber Soul being able to soak up most of the damage. So I would say in team fights, IOs will have to play way better to have an advantage going into the Motivated Trust.
Yep. All right. So we know it. We're gonna start with a quick little pause here. But oh, man, we know the lineups. We know everything that's going in. I think best of luck. This is gonna be the final day. This is the last series in the round robin. So there's gonna be a lot at stake. Who moves on? Who moves into the playoffs? What is gonna happen? We're gonna have to find out here. And Jackie, what is the first thing he does? He DCs.
Yeah. You know, probably need to have a deep breath. You know, I don't know if they smoke, but a lot of the Dota players smoke. They have to go for a cigarette break sometimes in between of the games. You know, it's just
like right after the draft. That seems like a poorly timed smoke break there.
I have no idea. I'm just like throwing in different possibilities, but who knows, man? You know, some of the players that get really nervous before the game starts, and maybe even nervous after the draft begins. But obviously, these are very experienced players as well, so probably not that kind of newbies that will get nervous. All right, it seems like we are back into the game.
Yeah, this. What do you think about this cosmetic from the Pugna? The big head. I think is the third treasure or whatever.
Yeah, it's from their treasure, the gold color one, the gold.
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
That's one of my favorite. You know, I'm a big Pugna spammer myself too. I got inspired by Thompson. Actually, back when he just joined OG, he was very famous of his Monkey King and Pugna. Back then, he was just a 2-hero spammer, just like Amir Bulldog, just Pugna and Monkey King, and it's incredible to see his progress.
So, if you're going to just rise, wouldn't it be better to have that hero puddle instead of that hero pool, so to speak?
Interesting question. I feel like right now, if you want to make a name of yourself, you definitely you'd rather be a hero powder, because you would rather be master in something than to be a jack of trades. For example, you know, back in EG 2015, AOI was spamming the techies, and it was one of the biggest contribution in their TM winning run, simply because he has this one hero that everybody has to respect, and it definitely gives the team a lot of draft advantage, a lot of playing advantage too, especially at a very high level. So I would definitely say hero powder over a hero pool if you want to make a name for yourself.
All right. Just the good advice there.
But if you want to be an overall better players, like Thompson, he was a hero powder back then, and then after that he knows that he has to explore more heroes. Oh, Phoenix, he's actually dead. Wow.
Yeah, the spin in 1, 2, 3 just in a really bad spot to kind of start things out. I don't know what he was thinking. Going to the high ground.
He got spinned by Juggernaut, and then he learned Fire Spirit.
Yeah,
he did not go for the Icarus dive. I'm not sure what that play was. But maybe initially he shouldn't even be there, knowing that he doesn't really, you know, Phoenix doesn't really want to get Icarus dive at level 1, so maybe he wasn't supposed to be there at the very beginning.
That's maybe it's like a warm-up thing. It's like, oh, we'll just do this really, aggressive play, try to get a ward somewhere deep, but then, I mean, it's never a good start to a game like that.
Not at all. Not at all. It was a very meaningless dive. Death, I would say. It doesn't get anything. But at this point, you just have to move on with that and then just not talk about that.
Just so you don't report your own teammate to start with. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, at this point, you don't even want to talk anything, you know, if you're the teammates, because you know that this is just going to give the entire team a bad morale start. But looking at the mid lane, Nia definitely feeling super confident here. Oh, missing a little bit last hits here on the top lane. Jackie, very good job in denying the range creep away. And bottom side, this should be a pretty hard lane for VT Fader or Lifestealer. Masaros already having a Reeling Death at level 1 to deal harassment onto VT Fader.
All right, so like Mazaros and Lifestealer, are you gonna just zone them out, or are you gonna kind of let them just two go at it? Because like the execution game you talked about, in the sense that like, like they were one-on-one almost the entire game. And so,
Yeah, I feel like
are you gonna be, or are you gonna support?
I would say if Masaros play a little bit overstand or overconfident, they can definitely find a kill. But Ohio top.
Spin, Ohio getting a little low, and that he couldn't stun him away because the spin was just too long, and not really a great start for IO here with MTG getting 2 first early kills.
And his career die as well. Ohio, he's gonna lose the Ring of Regen for 1.5 minutes. That's definitely a fuse bad for them at the top lane. And it seems like Motivate Trust, they are having at least 2 lanes in their advantage. Then this is definitely a good start for the Talent squad.
Yeah, it's a good start, but I mean, BT faded with only just, 5 last hits. He's kind of struggling to get anywhere close to it with Mazaroth there with just 7 last hits. He's a little bit higher, but just in the lane itself, if we're going to 1v1 Timber and Lifestealer, who do you give the edge to?
I mean, no way it is to Lifestealer. I would say definitely Timbersaw. And Masaros, he knows that as well. He even went for the Off Venom so that he could do extra harassment onto this Lifestealer. As a Lifestealer player, you really just don't want to do anything in top lane. Q?
First dive, but Q's just going to just snap our cookie away, and he's going to taunt him in the bubble. Should be fine. But 1, 2, 3, still chasing. He's very persistent. But they're both level 2, and 1, 2, 3 is a little bit faster, so he's actually catching up to him. He's got the fire speeds on him, and
nice
Q
shot.
just trying to juke him out, but he's getting so low. A couple more, I think, like, oh, now he's going to salvo from the high ground. And he's like to turn this around, but I don't know if this is the fight you want to go. He tangles the tree, tries to juke around, and Q should probably die here to 1, 2, 3. Oh, the fairy fire.
Wait, no.
And the Icarus dive just for it. He committed a lot, and space created, I guess.
What a back and forth 1v1 right there. And meanwhile, Jackie just claims another kill on Ohio. Definitely a bad start for Centaur now. This Juggernaut plus Snapfire lane is just insanely strong. So much killing potential. And you have always got a Blade Fury to dodge the stun coming out from Centaur. This is another lane that Centaur just need to realize he's not gonna win. Ohio needs to tell himself that I'm not gonna win, I'm just gonna focus on farming, focus on not dying.
Yeah, but this is like the hard part about being in position 3, right? Whirling Death doing a lot of damage to VT Faded there, but you need to be mentally strong. Like, that's like the biggest thing is like, yeah, you died a couple times, but like, how do I come back and how do I contribute to this game?
Yeah, one thing is you need to know your role in the game. You know, most of the times, you don't pick this off laner to win the lane, and you don't want to be overstanding and trying to push your luck for too hard, because a lot of time it will just backfire. So you want to just survive, you know, get all the tanky items for a team, and then maybe the Blink Dagger as well to be the vehicle for Lifesteal. That's your goal as a Centaur here. Not to win. It is not to win the Juggernaut on the lane. So you have to be very careful in the approach.
I mean, it kind of sucks though. Like, oh yeah, I'm going in. Like, this is the game. Yeah, I've been dying or whatever. And the best case scenario, all I am is just an Uber driver.
I mean, this is the faith of laners. A lot of the times, you just have to sacrifice and still be able to make plays.
Yeah. I mean, you have to do something, right? And like, even then, he's just trying to create a space. But man, Fearless is getting like harassed like crazy. He's gonna salve on one more time. And the Timber Chain does find Mushi, and he's only level 2. He's getting gone on here. Timber Chain one other time. He dodges that one. Nimbly, he's gonna just go into the trees, try to cut through. But yeah, Whirling Death, and that's gonna be the death of Mushi one other time.
Yeah, just tough against this lane. It's starting to become a dead lane already. And Motivate Trust, they are willing to give away the bounty rune just to perform this dive, because they know that 5-minute timings is the best timing for them to harass tower. VT Feeded, he knows that as well. That's why he wants to stay here at least until he clears the catapult coming out from dive side.
And Ohio here just bringing the creep wave. Oh, his salve has been canceled, but he doesn't really care too much. Boombell's gonna find some Nia 666 illusions in the river, and that's gonna be it. Oh, Jackie gets another kill on Ohio.
Wow, Jackie actually being really aggressive on mid lane. Can they punish Fearless? This is a very ambitious dive.
Yeah, the Cogs is there. He's gonna keep himself up. The Tornado does connect onto Nia as well, but it looks like they're trying to fight, and the disarm, the life drain. He's level 6. but Nia doesn't actually want to commit to this. Q is in the area, and he's going to kind of harass him out. 1, 2, 3, Snapfire Cookie does connect, but he's gone too deep. Oh, they got the bash, but they do end up killing 1, 2, 3. Q will probably pay with his life. He does. Nia's got the haste, and he's just going to have his clarity canceled and go back into the lane.
Well, that's not too bad for IO Esports. They definitely want to find things happen around this Pugna. There's the strongest hero in their map right now. EMP onto Nia.
Yeah, EMP's not going to connect though.
Radiant structures are
But, oh, Mushi's coming in. He's got the Inkswell charging up the life drain on the back end of this. They do end up getting the connect, but they are going to look to turn this around. Snapfire Cookie one other time, and here's the Phoenix dive. They do have the dust now coming. Boombell's looking for that perfect cogs. He cogged in Nia. He's got him trapped in, but Boombell might have been in a wrong trap, and he looks to turn this around. He's got the decrep. He's looking to turn this on Boombell. The Assault and Battery doing some work, but he dies. And it's just one death. Fearless and Q end up backing off here.
Yeah, this is where Nia should be shouting, "Are you trapping me or are you trapped with me?"
Yeah.
Very strong presence here already on Nia, and I like the fact that IO Esports, their supports are just surrounding their strongest hero, and this can definitely relieve a lot of pressure from the side lanes. You can look at Ohio, he's already doing the, cutting creeps. He's just avoiding Juggernaut at all costs right now, which is the best solution. But look at the mini-map.
They're doing it one other time. Nice two-man tornado. He gets the ghost walk, but they do have the rough area, and they spot him. Fearless does go down. Ohio dies one other time. I think that's his fourth death. And it is. Yep. And
it's
Ohio not having a great game.
Not at all. But IO Esports, they are making the best of the worst. You have involved Pugna in a lot of different engagement, and I'm surprised of Boombell.
They got the feast on the Inkswell, the Snapfire Cookie not far enough, and Boombell will die. He cogs them in, and he trapped his killers at least, but that's about it.
Yeah, this is where you need MTG. They need to realize that they have to leave this mid lane. Fearless, he has to kind of be safe a little bit so that he doesn't force the two supports to stay at mid all the time just to protect him. Because there's absolutely no positive outcome just trying to protect this Invoker. He's not gonna be flash farming. He needs his solo EXP. So there's no reason you want to sit mid with the Invoker. You want to be the supports of MTG. They need to be playing at the side lanes and try to divert this pressure away from the mid lane, which is what Jackie is doing right now. Looking at his position, he wants to force the tower. He wants to force the supports of IO to come here to defend the tower.
Like, yo, Jackie is level 8 versus IO is level 4. Okay? I don't see too many pro games where I'm seeing the carry out double the level so quickly. Like, that's insane to start this game. Oh, but Boombell is trying to go up. I don't know what he was thinking, trying to get the jump on Nia. And they just turn around, they're like, all right, we'll just blast him down. And they get an easy kill on Boombell.
It feels to me like it was in purpose, though, the feat there. Because he definitely broke the smoke. And I think he has the vision to see that. But top lane, Jackie.
One other time to Snapfire Cookie into the Omni Slash, and it does so much work. Level 9 versus the level 5 Ohio. Rip, man. Maybe you should go in the jungle, Ohio.
Man, you talk about the mental fortitude and offlaners need to have. And I definitely hope that Ohio is holding up himself nicely here. But it's 5 death before 10 minutes. That's rough, man. And if you look at Timbersaw, this guy is supposed to be punished, but he is not, and he's having the best game of his life. Looking at his net worth, 3.9k, a little bit lower than last year, I know, but at least he's not dying.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the biggest thing, right? Just not dying. You'll play better Dota if you die less. So yeah, that's definitely something he needs to do. But like, as Ohio, what do? You've lost your T1. You've completely got dumpstered in this lane. You're having a rough time. Like, how do you go back in this game? Like, what do you need to do?
Man, you know, there's a saying that says that you can never farm your way back into the game. But he's so far away from the items that he needs to acquire to do anything. But top lane, Nia.
Oh, he's trying to TP away. I mean, yeah, he's been silenced, and he does get away. They don't have the burst, but one thing I don't like is that, I mean, yeah, Nia had that head start, and Fearless was in a bad spot, at least starting the game. But the thing is that he actually hasn't been pushing enough. Like, he hasn't taken the T1 mid, which I thought that he would have done at 7 or 8 minutes, but it's 11 now and it's still up, and this is a problem for IO.
No, definitely. They definitely need this mid tower to at once the move to to play a little bit more aggressive and relieve the pressure from the Centaur. But looking at Jackie, 6 kills in 10 minutes. He's already halfway through the Fury.
Tornado EMP and Jackie comes back. He's like, oh, you're going to kill Ohio? He's like, Jackie needs to be there. But he's going to spin away. He's going to get the salve. The Soulbind has been used, the life drain, and he's getting kind of low. Does need to be a little bit careful, but he's level 10, which is the highest in the game right now. BT Faded is going to just run away here, and they're looking to turn this around. I mean, he doesn't have Omni, so that's another 15 seconds. But can they get anything else? Whirling Death. And it looks to be just a little bit of a, Mazaros is kind of tanking stuff. Oh, the Tornado EMP, that should connect onto Nia. They do get him. And they got the Decrep as well, so they got him and Mushi. So they got more. The Glyph is going to be used, but now comes the Omni Slash, and they've waited it out. VT Faded is tanking that up, but not enough damage to kill him, and they're going to back up and look to take this T1 mid.
Such a good 5-man pressure coming out from TG. They are utilizing the 2 strongest hero on the side lanes, converge them into mid lane and take this mid tower. We all know how important this tower is, and Jackie is not like some normal carry that just stay AFK and farm to his Fury. Even though he's halfway through the Fury, he knows how strong he is and he puts the pressure into the mid lane, and they forced issue and they've managed to do that as well. So definitely a very good start for MTG. Now Jackie can go back to farming his Fury, and then I can assume that he should be getting a 30 and a half minutes Fury, and that is definitely terrifying for IO Esports.
Yeah, it's so fast. It's so crazy because you're like this carry. He's gonna be, he's gonna be 0-0-0 at like 10 minutes. Oh, but they got us Phantom. Oh, Ghost Walk away should just be enough time. Oh, but they get the stun, but they don't know where he is. They don't have any dust. BT Fitted, come on, man. You need to carry at least 1 dust around. I mean, it's so cheap now, right?
Well, yeah, definitely. This is the problem, right? Like the Southeast Asian cores, they're just not carrying dust enough. But even if you get the dust, I don't see them having enough damage to bring down this Invoker. At least just Amulet wouldn't be very useful here on Nyx. But you can really tell that Nyx, BT Faded, he is feeling the sense of urgency to make something happen. And the more you try, and if you failed, that's gonna pull the difference of your net worth more ahead.
Oh, the cold snap, the hook shot, and just a bully, let the man go. I don't know if we should call the police, help him with a bully police. What do we do? How do we get Ohio? But a Tornado EMP catches out Mushi one other time. He does get the Soulbind off, but that's really not the one. Mushi's going to get right-clicked here. Mortar Kisses on the back end of this. VT Fade is getting rained on by these kisses. He's trying to dodge them out. But oh man, they've lost 2 already, but they did get Boom Bell in that fight.
Oh yeah, definitely a very good one. But like what you said, Centaur, he just couldn't get a break. And looking at the itemization of Centaur, he's not going to complete the hood because he knows that he needs the Deepening Dagger to be the tempo of his team. And he just desperately needs to get to the dagger timing so that they can start playing their draft around. You have this vehicle for Nyx, and then you go in Blood Burst someone down and start the fight. They have to follow their drafting style.
Sorry, they just caught Fearless in the top lane, and that's one way to deal with him. They did have the dust. He wasn't going to go anywhere. But, Mazaros has the hood, and it looks like he's going to be going Yules next. Do you think they need to prioritize the pipe, seeing as that there's a Pugna and Phoenix on that team?
Well, I'm not sure if pipe is very necessary here, given that they are definitely snowballing on IO Esports now. I feel like maybe Use Scepter could be one of the items here. Not only it gives you the ability to save yourself, also it gives you the ability to for the extra lockdown, just for your teammates to catch up. So I think maybe a casual hood should be enough here. Maybe some more utility would be better.
Yeah. All right, so, we got a little bit of a pause here. I think Mazaros had the DC on this one, but if we're looking at the stats alone, Jack, he could have been 0-0-0, farming the jungle. That's traditional what position 1s are going to be doing, right? But in this case, he's 7-0-1. He's gotten all the kills, and yes, most of them, probably 6 of those deaths by Ohio are done by the hands of Jackie, but this is like the dream start when you're having a game, especially as a position 1.
Definitely the dream start. I couldn't imagine a better start for this. Normally, Juggernaut, if you opt for the Battle Fury build, you just have Facebook, Wraithband, and a Fury. But in this case, he also has the Mask of Madness as well. So this is gonna help him participate in team fights, taking tower much faster, taking ancient stacks much faster. Man, Jackie, if he plays this game carefully, I can see him just completely take over this game without a single death. It's all up to Jackie now. It's all about discipline, going for the correct play, do not extend your lead unnecessarily. And Roshan here is definitely the go-to for Motivate Trust Gaming, just to give this Juggernaut an insurance to protect his big bounty, his big killing streak.
Yeah, and like, I don't know what you're gonna. Oh, the Omni Slash on on Ohio. They found him, but he does survive. He's been silenced. The Soulbind is gonna be used. He Snapfire Cookies, but Boom Bells comes in out of nowhere with the cogs, and they do save him. Ohio dies one other time, but Jackie with the spin now, and they do want him. VT Fate has been focusing. He's got Armlet, but no, that should just dissuade that. And they've gotten Ohio one other time. Mazaros is just on the back end. He's gonna TP away. He should be fine. And man, they traded Boom Bell for Ohio. Not a good trade for IO.
Man, that went pretty well at the beginning for Air Esports. They have this partner hiding in the trees to bait out the Omnisash, and they did bait it out, but they just didn't have enough follow-up damage to finish off Jackie. That was pretty dangerous though. I talk about not being overstanding. That was definitely not the best case there for Jackie. I don't think he needs to risk to get a kill, but it's all good. He got out. Next time though, he has to be more careful.
Ooh. Yep. Definitely things they need to be careful about. But man, Ohio, like, he's pretty much a like position 5 at this point, right? Like, he's kind of struggling. Like, if you're looking at the net worth, he's bottom 4 right there. Like, almost like Clockwork is kind of almost close to him in terms of net worth, which is really worrying as a position 3. He has not provided any sort of space. Yeah, he's tanky just because the hero tends to be innately tanky, but like, what is the itemization you go for in a losing game like this?
I mean, right now you are just looking to play with your teammates. You are just looking to help your teammates. You have to build items that could enable your teammate as well. But Melee Mushi trying a hook from Boom Bell.
The hook, the cogs, and here it comes VT Faded straight out of there. They get Boom Bell one other time. But Nia's been going on. The Motorbike Kisses doing a lot of work, but the Sunrise trying to heal him. No, he goes down. VT Faded running one other time. Mazaros is going for him. He's got the Whirling Death, and the Chakram does damage, but he's been bashed, and it looks like Mazaros has gone too deep. He's by himself. Q is coming. Soulbind. No, he Timber Chains away. His Chakram 1 trying to keep him up, but the rage is there. Now he's going for the TP, and that was never going to happen. BT Faded does get the kill on that one.
How did the Timber Chain not connect? I'm not sure about that, but yeah, pretty good trade for IO Esports. They lost their partner, yes, but at least they get a core kill from MTG, and it was for the night, so that's definitely not bad. And we talk about how difficult this game will be for partner, and we are definitely seeing that now. There's so much ways for Motivate Trust to just lock down on this partner and target him down with so much burst damage as well. The magical damage from MTG Judge is just insane at this moment. I know that Pugna is a great hero when it comes to saving, but if you go on a Pugna, who's gonna save him? There's not really a lot of saves.
Yeah. And, I mean, just sorry to cut you off. Please continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about Stampede. Ohio needs to make sure that his Stampede is on point. Silence on Knife Stealer, but Tornado don't quite connect.
Oh, they got the Blinket, and that's the reveal from Ohio. They get a nice little Stampede. They got the Dust. They do find him, but the Snapfire Cookie from Fearless, he does get away. But Boom Bell is going to sacrifice his life. He hooks in way, and he's Q. They're trading the shots. Oh, he gets the Infest, but on the creep, and not enough damage. And wow, Boom Bell with the save there. Ohio with the Blink reveal, but they didn't actually capitalize on any kills there. Oh, but Jackie on the bottom he finds him. Jackie's like, oh, I'll just catch him when he TPs in the back. Jackie, what a bully.
Wow, Jackie is definitely showing all his talent right here in this game. This guy.
Tornado EMP, they found Mushi. He's been silenced and he can't get a single spell. The Chakram slices and dices, and Mazaros with the kill there. They've got 3 for nothing, and they're looking to go high ground right here.
Can they do it with the Manta? A lot of way to get himself, out of trouble here, just to get away from jail card. Masaros though,
going super deep, but into 4, and this is where you question mark your own team, right? You're like, Mazaros, come on, buddy. Like, we don't need to be diving like this. Jackie was not even in there. Like, he was defending, he was taking the T2 mid, and Mazeros is diving deep, totally unnecessary. Oh, but he's been disarmed. He got the stun, which is really nice. That's the big one. Jackie, if they get him, he's trying to spin TP away. Do they have the damage? They do. They do, and they get the kill streak, but it goes to the way of 1, 2, 3. But that's a pretty massive streak. Given away right there.
That was just careless, man. That was just all about being careless. Masaros, he was the first one, being a little bit overconfident, and then Juggernaut at the mid lane as well, not respecting the fact that there is a Blink Dagger in Ohio now. This is the strength of a Centaur. No matter how shitty of a lane you have got, Stampede is always going to make things happen.
Infest and Boom Bell just gets deleted. But yeah, go on.
3 kills straight for IO. This is how you come back into the game, You capitalize on your enemy's mistake when they are being overconfident, and you want to position yourself at the right position to just punish them, and they are doing very well. You have to give props to Ohio. After this dagger pickup, he's just immediately making his presence known.
Yeah. I mean, he was like, what? Look at his itemization. He's got brown boots, blink, 2 ring of health, and dust, like in a wand. Like, this guy has not had a good game, like in terms of any sort of look at his number of deaths. It's been 8 deaths. He's only got 5 assists to his name, 0 kills. So he's not been he's been destroyed. But MGT, they're gonna look to smoke here. They're gonna look to take a quick Roshan, maybe sneak this one out. But the whole fight, yeah, they've lost 3 heroes that you're talking about, but it comes back to that Mazeros dive. Like, if he stays alive, he provides enough space for Jackie to get away. So it seems like one mistake kind of snowballs into many, so they do need to be a little bit careful here.
Oh yeah, definitely. You don't want to get a snowball starting for IO Esports. That's why they went for the Roshan streak, because they know that with their type of aggressiveness, they'll need some insurance.
But the nice 2-miss though, doing fast and Aegis has been popped already. Mazeros, he has nothing tanky, he just gets exploded the spin, and Jackie's there. Mortimer Kisses doing some work, Cogs as well. Moosh is probably gonna die. He does die in the end, but the Omni Slash and destroys VT Faded. And it looks like they want more. They've got Alacrity on them, and they're gonna just only find 3, but they lost Fearless as well. So it's a 3-for-3 trade, not the best, but it looked really, really bad for MGT to start that fight.
Oh, this is so bad, man. Yeah, they get 3 kills from IO, but this is not how you want to use your AGs. You took the AGs in, and then within 30 seconds you lost them, and then you also lose a fight to IO Esports when you're having 8k net worth. This is a 3-for-4 trade because you took away the AGs in Ohio. Oh,
spin? He's TPing. Okay, he's fine. Yeah.
Oh, wait, this is long.
They got to start. It was a little mistimed. Oh, and they found Jackie, and that's an absolute disaster. That's another big chunk of gold that's going the way of IO here. And what are they Are they doing this? What's going on?
Well, come on, MTG. You have got to pay a bit of respect to your team, to your opponent, man. IO Dota, they have shown us a lot of times they are very much capable of playing games from behind. And they have shown a lot of resilience as well. They have shown that they are able to come back from a very bad situation. And you can really tell Ohio, he's constantly looking for the mistakes from MTG, and he is always there to punish. Yes, he missed the stun, he blinked on the illusions, but how can you just spin TP in front of everyone else but not back to your fountain? That was such a long TP.
Okay, so he was spinning, so he completely mistimed it. Right? The spin was happening for, X number of seconds. Hang on, let's click on this guy just real quick. Like, he spins for 5 seconds, the TP's 3 seconds. So he spun for more than 2 seconds, and then he tried the TP because there's that millisecond where he's not spinning, right? When he's still TPing. And then that was that time, that window where they were able to get the stun. But this is like a big brain fart, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Sometimes smart people, they tend to outsmart themselves. and this is definitely one of the situation here. Ohio leading the charge.
Stampede is going to be used. They got the blink. They found Bluebell. Boom Bell, that is, and they want more. They found Jackie. No, they're not going to continue. Jackie does have Omni Slash, and I'm sure he's a little bit more upset. And the Soulbind is there. The Omni Slash has now been committed, doing a lot of work, and it's just destroying Ohio. Destroyed Mushi, and then spin forward Jackie. They want Nia, and they're going for this. He tries to decrep, but that's a triple kill for Jackie. That's one way of just being like, yeah, I made a mistake, but I'm back, baby.
Oh yeah, it's just about two teams, taking fights at the wrong places. The last team fight, IO, they managed to put out an upset even though they are down 8k because they had the high ground advantage. But this time, they're charging into the high ground of Motivate Trust with the Stampede. I don't think this is the way you should be doing that, because you definitely need the Stampede to get out from the high ground. Because that was a very, very risky jump from Ohio, and he used the Stampede for just a clockwork kill, so that's definitely not worth it. And then they immediately get punished by Motivate Trust. I know the morale is getting up from IO side. They know they can smell the comeback, but you just still gotta take the fights a little bit properly.
And oh, the blink, they do find him. The Inkswell, they're gonna at least get Mazaros. Oh, they've got a silence and stunned, and they do get at least one thing. They were gonna try to find Q, and they get to TP away, just so close. But back to your point, the Stampede being used defensively, I think that is 100% correct. And as an ultimate, you want to use that one. And another one that really comes to mind is the Naga Siren. That song, like those ultimates to me should only be used defensively, in my opinion. I think that those are like the two biggest ones. You don't want to use them aggressively because you see what happens. Yeah, you got the jump in, but you just got destroyed, and it turned into a really bad fight for IO.
Oh yeah, definitely. Speaking of using the usage of it, especially when you are in a game that you're so behind, you definitely will want to prefer using it defensively. But once again, they're on the same sport.
Oh, the hook, they found Ohio, and here comes the Omni Slash one other time. They found Ohio stuck in, cogs in with the Mortimer kisses, and it's like each single kiss by Q, mwah, 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 and he goes down.
Not too sure what they are trying to achieve there, because they did not come in to get offensive wards down. They're just there. I'm not sure what was the intention there, because it doesn't look like they're positioned to fight. And then they just get caught off, and you can see the power of disengaging with the Stampede. Everyone else other than Mushi?
Jackie with a Swift Slash, just making quick work, and Jackie just destroying Mushi. All he wanted to do was just get to that creep wave. But did he not see that meteor? Something was astray. The meteor came out of nowhere, and they didn't see anything. Tornado is not going to connect onto anything, and they're going to push at least on there. But, oh, the Omni Slash completely on. VT faded. Yeah, he's tanking up a lot of that, but he's been decrept, so he takes no damage. Nice play by Nia there. Yule's on Ohio. They found him. He's trying to blink forward. Boom Bell does end up getting Nia, but he forces himself out of that, and he life drains Q, or Boom Bell. He's going for this. Snapfire Cookie. The Infest has now been used. Mazaros going to back off here. There's a huge fight, but Mushi's still down for 5 seconds. And do they want more? They're looking to do a little bit of a fake back here. MG Trust, and they're looking to kind of just slowly whittle back into this fight, but they do have the healing totem and just, heal them back up, and then they're going to disengage.
Yeah, you can see the big line being drawn by Mushi. He wants to go to the top lane because he can anticipate the defense coming out from MPG. Someone is going to TP to the top lane and defend the tower, and if they are able to be there first, they would be able to punish. So these are the heads up play that you want to be taking and making when you are behind. These are just, you need to start anticipating the move of your opponent and try to punish them when they are alone. And Mushi is definitely trying to do that. If they spook now, they should be able to get Fearless. But that is gonna be a very small window for them to get this Fearless kill.
Yeah, not too much time. There's and it comes back to this whole Pugna pick, right? If you're not winning the first 20 minutes, I feel like there's really no way to come back, because he's going to be like a position forward. Then it's going to put more pressure on your carry. In this case, VT Faded to just kind of carry the game. And seeing as Ohio didn't really have a good game as well, it's even more pressure where this guy has to do literally everything. And as a life stealer, is this the hero you really want to be, hard carrying everything? But the EMP, Stampede, just to disengage there. They're trying to go in the jungle. The Rocket Flare does at least spot out Nia. The Chakram just destroying the trees, and it looks like there's going to be a smoke. Just back. Oh, but the Infest, they do find Jackie, but not enough damage. The Inkswell's been charged, and it's not going to connect on it. Oh, it does connect on the 2. He did a little fake back, and he's going to go right onto Mazaros, but Jackie is, or BT Faded is taking all of that damage. Mortimer Kisses, they do end up connecting. The egg does pop off. That should buy a little bit of time. Nia's looking to TP away. Does he get up? No, the Yules from Mazaros, the Chakram. He's going to defensively Yules now, and he goes up in the air, and that's going to be it for him. And they've lost the top 2 cores, the position 1 and the 2, and MTG are continuing to push the top lane.
Yeah, I feel like IO Esports, they're just pushing their luck a little bit too far here. They had a very good disengagement with the Stampede, but they just feel like they are in a better spot, you know, because they forced initial spells coming from NTG. But the Juggernaut is so strong with the Swift Slash, especially with the Alacrity on him. He just completely takes down the Knights on his own just by using the Swift Slash. So Nyx has to be really careful. You talk about, is Nyx the hero that you want to be carrying? Not really. I mean, Juggernaut and Nyx are not very good in those.
Stun, but no follow-up damage. The Sunray is going to burn Mazaros, but it's a mere, like, suntan at this point. And they're going to focus on the racks. Oh, they got the Yules. They got the Phoenix dive, but he's trying to get away. And, oh, man, 1, 2, 3 goes down there.
This is why this is why pro players, they always have quick cast on their spell or item or active item. I can 85% sure that that quick cast and that after usage was on a quick cast. That's why they were able to get the Phoenix. Like a couple of days ago, a friend of mine asked me how good is quick cast for as a player. I'll just tell them most of the very highly skilled players that I know, Alacrity, just a lot of the players like that, they all use quick cast.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of value that quick cast can give you. This kind of instantly lift hacks, use after usage are just game changing sometimes.
I think all of my skills and all of my items, except for like a 4-staff Yules, are the only one on quick cast. Or everything is on quick cast except for those items, because of the fact that I like to double click on like the 4-staff to the self Yules and self force. But other than that, I mean, quick cast. If you're not using quick cast, it will change your life.
It will definitely change your life, but that's one thing you don't want to have your quick cast on. It would be a Blink Dagger. Yeah, that's one thing you don't want to have your quick
Wait,
cast
why
on,
is that?
I believe.
Why Blink?
I mean, it just, sometimes like for Blink, it's a lot about decision making, right? Because sometimes a falsely used Blink would just maybe cost you the game. So you want to be minimizing those kind of possible mistakes. That's why you don't want to have quick cast on your Blink Dagger. Oh!
Okay, the Lotus is bouncing off some of the spells here, but VT Fate is trying to just at least, stop this creep wave, if anything. But Jackie's taking a lot of damage as well. He's got Alacrity, so he can do a lot of damage. But man, the life drain, and they're going to back up here, wait for the next creep wave. The lanes are in a decent spot except for bottom, which could use a little bit of work, but he's been disarmed. Blast, life drain. Jackie's just standing there with Alacrity, doesn't really care. They do have backdoor protection, so this is going to go very slow. The spin used for that, the Rage is going to actually block out the Tornado, and he's not going to be affected by that, but Jackie gets forced to the bottom, and it looks like Mazaros has gone in, Boombell as well, but he's been soulbound, and he's stuck with the Timber there, and they do get VT faded, and they got Mushi as well. Jackie diving deep with that Omni Slash, just doing a lot of work, and they're getting a little bit low, but they're still fine for now. The Sunray burning a little bit, but man, they're focusing on the tower and it's going down. But how does Io come back in this game?
Man, the silence pick out from Fear is just devastating for VT Faded. He has no way to get rid of the silence. He doesn't have Manta, he doesn't have Big Heavy.
Oh, the force forward for Jackie. He's trying to, but he Mantas away. And they do get the EMP just to zone. The Glyph is now going to be used, but they're just going to back up and just focus on the racks at this point.
Wow, Ohio has some fancy mechanics here. I've seen him does this twice in this high ground defense. He'll just, use the force staff, force Jackie into a bad position, and then follow up with a full storm.
Oh, the Omni! And he gets him! Nia has to buy back here. Force staff back from Jackie. He's been silenced, but it looks like the Sunray is just barely out of range. And the creeps are now just pounding on those T4s, but it looks like they're going to focus their efforts on the bot. Oh no, they're going to retreat here, MTG.
You definitely want to retreat here. Alright, they're just going to queue it up a little bit. Wait for another second, another minute for the Omni set should be up. And then by the time Juggernaut would hit level 25 as well, he can either go for the Omni Slash duration or the plus 500 HP, I would say. But definitely feels like plus 500 HP is much better here, because Omni Slash can easily be countered by Decrypt. But it seems like they do not want to wait for the timing, they want to go right now. Agony is picked up by Phoenix though, that's the biggest game-changing item here. If he could pull that
Save.
off.
Oh, but they gobble up and he's been thrown in. Jackie ends up just deleting Mushi. Here comes the spin, dude. Can they get anything else? Phoenix has been just used. Oh, but the egg does get off. He's been disarmed and they get Jackie and the Aegis has been popped. Mazaros doesn't really have the right click and the egg should pop as well. The Sunray doing a lot of work. That's one way to get back into it. Really nice high ground defense. Disarm. But the Omni Slash, oh, the Swift Slash that is, the Jackie, and he's going to spin back. They're going to have to retreat here, especially with Mazaros. Now Mushi's doing in the front. He's got a Soulbind. He's literally going after them, but they want Jackie, and they got him down very low with a clumsy net, not being able to get away. And, wow, what a nice fight there. But he does have buyback.
Man, can you see me shaking my head? At this MTG Trust, they just... Man, how do I put this? That they just couldn't be patient enough to take the 100% team fight. You know, they don't have. They're going in. Juggernaut is 1/4 of EXP away from 25. That's 1 minute away from Omni Slash. But they just couldn't be patient enough to wait for that. And Q, he's gonna get punished for this as well. Sunray is gonna
burn here. Nia forces forward. They do have the dust and they do find Q. But the Boom Bell is actually going to hook in, but hit a creep there. The Ice Wall is going to slow them down. That should just dissuade them from going. They're going to Boom Bell's kind of just going in and out the Infest onto Ohio. Nia's been Yules, and it looks like they're going to at least get Boom Bell, but I mean, they could have gotten Q as well, so at least it's something.
Well, I guess this is why, you know, Southeast Asia team, they are always suffering from consistency, because they just couldn't control their emotion. They couldn't control the hunger for kills, the hunger to just they just couldn't be patient enough to wait for the right timing. And this is so many times already in this match we are seeing MTG Trust, they're just giving away their best opportunity to fight.
The Soulbind, the Blinking by Ohio is going to do a little bit of work, but BT Faded is now here and he's focusing on Fearless, and he's going to have to Ghost Walk back. The Snapfire Cookie's going to miss Mushi on the return, but they get the T2. The Egg is going to be popped, but it's not going to actually connect Stampede. Mushi, they're trying to save him, but he should probably die here, and that's going to be at least something. And but 25k net worth lead, this is a pretty massive lead. Is IO able to come back from this?
With how MTG is playing, I would definitely say yes. You know, this is not gonna be the last mistake that they make in this game, in my opinion, because it just feels like they lack the disciplinary to close the game in a clean way. And a lot of times, IO, they are just picking off this opportunity to punish them every single time. They're capitalizing on that. If MTG, they are not holding 27k goal lead, I'll say the game will be much even, much comebackable. But fortunately for them, they're having such a big lead, so they could afford to, you know, take a couple of take a couple of suboptimal fights in a row and still not get punished. But they have to be careful though. This is definitely not good. Not a very good culture to have or habit to have.
And it's definitely something, I mean, we've seen this, right? Like, this is definitely not something new. This is not, you know, guys are not 3-2-2ing. They're generally trying hard. I mean, look how fast the Rax is going down, but they're just not objective-based focused. Oh, Yules, they do get him. The Tornado, the Chakram as well. BT Faded is going in on this. Omni Slash is getting completely tanked out here by BT Faded, and he's in a bad spot. He's stuck in the cogs, and he's getting low, and he's going to go down. He doesn't have buyback. Mazaros is looking to continue forward. The Deafening Blast ends up killing Mushi as well. Stampede has now been used, and Mortimer kisses. He's going to have to Yules himself for now. Nia just keeping himself barely alive on the fountain, but the hookshot is just going to barely miss. He probably would have gone in to die, but it looks like they're focusing on the T4s at this point. And yeah, I mean, with Lifestealer BT Faded down for 56.
I mean, GG. They caught it. IO caught it.
35 to 24, 38 minutes. This comes back to the whole Lifestealer just going for the Abyssal, not even saving up for buyback. That seems to be a bit of a misplay there.
Yeah, they're feeling a bit desperate, you know. They feel like they need this Abyssal Blade to be completed to come back. But the thing is, if you are playing without a buyback, you want to be really clear with what you want to do. You want to you want to make sure that you have the save coming in from your supports, you have the force stuff, Glimmer Cape, because every single time I'm just seeing Juggernaut, perform this full Omni Slash onto his Lifestealer alone. And it seems like every single time it's just Lifestealer. He's the only one that's soaking up all the Omni Slashes from Juggernaut, and he just dies from that. There's no Glimmer, there's no force stuff from his team, because I'll say both Snapfire and Clover, they're just doing very good. Their job in distracting the rest of the team. Ohio, Pugna, they always have to use this defensive spell on themselves. That's why there's no support coming up from any one of them for this Lifestealer, and Juggernaut was just big enough to kill Lifestealer on its own. But if I were the coach of MTG Just, I'm definitely not be happy with this win at all.
So you would have some stern words, so to speak. But a quick highlight here. This is the retreat. This is that stampede that we talked about, and into the Omni Slash, Swift Slash, just doing so much work. Jackie just continue to run forward, spins even forward here, and gets Nia as well. He can't decrep himself, and that's the triple kill. And we're gonna see the chat here is triple kill baby for the winners. We'll announce that right after that. But back to the game. The thing to me is that if the enemy team has a clockwork, or they had like a Ricky, but the lucky viewer for that one is going to be Rio Adam. Congratulations. We're going to reach out to you and we will get you that prize. Thank you so much for paying attention to the small details, and we'll get you that prize very, very soon. But Mushi, he really needed to get Force Staff, right? Especially against those cogs. He got drums instead. What does that say about his supporting, I guess you can say?
Well, drums is not another item that can enable your teammates, but of course, maybe it's not the most suitable item here. I'll think Glimmer Kit is the best. Force Staff is definitely a necessary item here against Cloudware as always. So definitely a little bit of adjustment could be used here. I just want to talk about MTG Just a little bit more. Even though their mid-game decision making is a little bit off, but the ability of them dominating their lanes is definitely something that can take pride of. Juggernaut 6-0 or 7-0 pre-10 minutes, that is insane. And if they can keep this up, they can build themselves such an insurmountable lead, and then going to the mid game, just have this 20k goal lead going to the mid game after snowballing the lane. That's definitely one of the best formula in winning games in this current meta.
Okay, agree with you there. And we'll go into a little bit more detail into the next one. But we're going to take a quick little break, and we're going to be back with Game 2, IOE Sports versus MTG. And it's going to be for all the marbles in Game 2. We'll be right back.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020. Iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan SEA Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya, kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Jika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia, kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan This is Passion! Peace!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลย เพื่อนๆ คนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะ ส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะ ซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะ เพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกม ซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือ การทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้เนยอยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Hello and welcome back to Top Clans 2020 Dota 2 SCA Invitational. This is going to be Game 2 IOE Sports versus MTG. We're going to be up into the draft very soon, but continuing with the analysis of the first game, what else could MTG... Okay, let's start with a loser first. IOE Sports, what do you tell them?
Well, I feel like, we kind of have this concern going to the draft. Are we seeing the Lifestealer too early? Are we seeing the Centaur too early? I think this is something that IOE what they have to ask themselves too, because I definitely feel like the Centaur pick is a little bit early. They could, fit in another support in there, but having the Centaur, you just basically show your hand for your opponents already, and they punish the Lifestealer lane, they punish the Centaur lane very hard as well. So this is something they have to look into. And it's just about laning, mid game they played fantastically. I would say if they are not constantly 10k or 20k behind, this is a very winnable game for them.
Yeah. For me, I feel like Nia needs to be a little bit more high impact hero. Like he started strong, but then they kind of just held their ground, MTG that is, and they just kind of thwarted any sort of push that Pugna was getting. And I think that if you want to play to Pugna's strengths is that you want to be pushing as fast as possible. And he really wasn't able to do that, even in a winning lane. So it kind of comes back to the draft to me. I think you highlighted the point of the Centaur. That is definitely, another big one. Just throwing that out there because of the fact that, you know what to lane against and it's easier for them to pick. The heroes that they selected were very set in stone in terms of what position that they were going to play. So you knew right away it was going to be the 5, 3, and 1, like right off the bat, and like, you know what I mean? Like there's no changing of lanes, that wasn't going to happen. So I felt like they were kind of going into the draft very disadvantageous.
Yeah, I would say so. And this is all about Pugna, right? I would say before picking the Pugna, they know themselves that this would be a very hard Pugna game to pull off, simply because the counter are already presented. Clockwork, Timbersaw, all of these heroes have some kind of ability that can just jump onto you, close gaps, lock you down, and then they have this amazing magical damage as well to finish him off. So I would say maybe they want to switch this belief in Pugna into something else. I'm pretty sure that Nia can make a lot of other heroes as impactable as Pugna as well. So maybe they want to start consider something else, because I've seen a lot of times they just pick Pugna into a very disadvantageous game for himself and still hope that Nia could pull it off. I know the confidence is right, but the confidence in that hero is questionable to me.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Now, before we go into the draft, let's give a quick shout out to our partners in EGG Network, AIS Play, Kumu, Lazada, and Lazada Live. Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, TikTok, and production is, of course, by InfoFed and Ancient Galaxy. Without those guys, we would not have any of this. Thank you so much. This is going to be Top Clans 2020. We're going to go into the draft right now. So the draft bans Oracle, Earth Spirit to kind of start things off for MTG, Snapfire, Void Spirit for IO, but they've picked out the Tiny, and that was the Mirana that that was previously banned. But it looks like, MTG is going to start off with a Mirana here.
Oh, we're seeing the IO too. So IO picking IO. Not to mention, this is a must-win game. for MTG Trust, given that, okay, let's just put this assumption here that a droid is gonna 2-0 Brand. If that happens and IO doesn't get a point in this series, which is this game, if they don't win this game, they're just out. So this is a must-win game, and we are going to see the best strategy, the best draft ever from IO Dota, because this is about staying. This is about the tournament life.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we're gonna go with the assumption that a droid can win out, right? I think that's if they can beat Bren, then they're pretty much guaranteed in. So it's again putting more pressure on IO. So this is kind of like do or die. Do you want to choose your own fate, or do you want to have to kind of rely on somebody, in the next series, which could very well be the case. But I think you want to take destiny into your own hands here and just pick the best heroes for yourself as IO.
Definitely. And looking at the draft here, you have IO Tiny, one of the most highly successful duo, I would say, in the history of Dota. Maybe not as popular right now in this current meta, but historically we have seen this a lot, especially on TI. So I would say if this Tiny ends up to be a core, I don't know how to feel about that, but I kind of think this Tiny is gonna be a 4 and IO is gonna be a 5.
Yeah, IO has to be IO must be the 5, I think. And I mean, it doesn't have to be, but Tiny, I feel like is more set in that position for a role. I think it's a top 3 position for a hero right now. What do you think?
Definitely. Tiny Esprit. Tiny Esprit are definitely the top 2 right now. I would say maybe Tusk can be the 3rd one. But yeah, Tiny definitely the one hero that you will always want to pick snatched when you have the first pick for post 4. Definitely. It's just that you're playing against the Mirana and Faceless Void. This combo is also pretty scary as well, pretty terrifying. Faceless Void, I've said this a lot of times. Faceless Void and Swan, they are the 2 most OP carry right now in the meta. You pick one, you ban another, that would just automatically give you a lot of advantage going into the draft. And then the triple down onto the Chronosphere combo with the Outer Titan ultimate. And it's all for IO Dota right now to react. They have 2 picks to react to this Elder Titan +1. They have to make sure that they utilize these picks a lot to get themselves an advantage.
And I mean, Jackie was 100% in terms of his win rate in BTS, the Pro Series. He was 4-0. So, I mean, Jackie really knows what he's doing. This Faceless Void is probably going to be the one, but, if Mazeroth needs to play him, they can. But the CK IO Dota, this is the CK IO combination. What do you think?
Wow. I mean, I have not seen CK too much recently, but VT Fader, he's very famous of playing this very unorthodox carry, I would say. He loves the Wraith King, Juggernaut, Nyx, all this very offensive kind of carry. And CK is definitely one of those. It's just that CK against Faceless Void, I can see CK, dumpstering Faceless Void if CK has a lead in net worth. But if he doesn't, then I feel like Faceless Void will always just a better hero overall in game because of the Chronosphere, being able to catch a lot of people and just especially have this tide as well. The Wombo combo coming out from Motivate Trust is just pretty terrifying to look at.
And I mean, Ohio here is probably going to go with that Veno to kind of just deal with what they expect is going to be the Faceless Void 1. I mean, especially since you have a tide, it's kind of a giveaway in that sense. But that deals well with in lane. So Ohio should have a better game than the last one, right?
I mean, theoretically, on paper, yes, he should have. But MTG, they also have very good ways in countering this Venomancer as well. You can always rely on the Outer Titan Storm into Mirana Arrow to catch the Venomancer off guard, because Venomancer, he's a very slow hero. So he doesn't really have the best movement speed to dodge the Echo Storm coming from Outer Titan. So I can see him getting punished, but it's up to MTG's intention and rotation here.
Like, I look at IO's drafts, and they tend to be very, we want to push and we want to end the game sooner rather than later. Like, they don't go for that late game, the Spectre, Terrorblade style of drafts. They tend to go with we're going to push you. We're going to just try to end the game as soon as possible. And I feel like, and we saw it in the last game where MTG was kind of able to withstand all of that sort of pressure and to just, turn the game on its head, because once they go late game, they just kind of win out. And I feel like this is kind of shaping up a little bit in the same way, where IO just really wants to end the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, it does feel so. Like their heroes are not exactly the best heroes going into the late game. So laning phase is a big thing for them. They definitely want to roll over, at least start, snowball from the laning phase. That's why it's a must win for them. This Venomancer plus Tiny lane is a killing lane. They want to make kills happen. Bottom side as well, CKIO, a lot of killing potential too, but they are facing against a Tide Hunter. I can see MTG just putting this Tide Hunter alone at the bottom lane and keep on punishing Venomancer. And I think if that happens, all of a sudden Venomancer will be a non-factor if he's getting punished for a couple of times at the early game. And then that might just give an opening for MTG to establish the advantage they want to have.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm worried about Veno. Like, I want Ohio to have a much. Oh my gosh, they're going full toxic Viper Veno. We're just gonna try to end this game as soon as possible and see how we go. But all right, what are your thoughts on this Viper, which I presume is going to be the mid here? But what do you think about it?
Well, I mean, it's just a good hero to round up your the 4 heroes, right? You say to this, and it's obvious that they want to play fast. Viper is the best hero to have when you want to play fast. You want to snowball with this hero, but once again, it has become very one-dimensional with this Viper pick. You give yourself no insurance, no backup plan going to the late game, unless you hit the level 25 timing where Viper starts getting Nanotoxin Silence. But until then, you have this big curve that you are so strong at 20 minutes, and all of a sudden, the curve is slowly gonna decline, and then the game is gonna shift towards MTG Trust, having the BKBs, Chronosphere plus Ravage, and then the tables are gonna turn. And suddenly, if you don't win out, if you don't start snowballing at 20 minutes, you're not in a favorable position anymore. And right now MTG, they have the juice, which is one of heroes that doesn't really care about the Viper, because the cast range is just so far away. You can just constantly stay at a safe distance to spam out your kill. So I can see how Juice can lane against Viper, theoretically, but also think about the team fight of MTG Trust. They got so many things to dump into this Chronosphere. It's actually crazy.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like, they have so much, like the Nimbus, the Earth Splitter, like the Ravage potentially after, I mean, Arrow, like everything is just up on this Chrono. Now, it's really going to come down to IO Dota, how they lane this, right? Because the fact that, like, if they get, if they do it slightly well in the laning phase, this could go really well for them and they'll look like geniuses. But any other situation, it's like, to me, it's like the, I don't know if you play chess, but there's like the 4-move win, where you can win the game in 4 moves if you know how to do it.
Okay. Just tell me.
Okay, so basically you have 4 moves and you can just win the game. But like, it's completely telegraphed. They know exactly what's happening, and if there's any sort of way to stop it, like if you do like 1 move, you can prevent everything, right? And you can defend yourself by that. So it's like, again, it's an all-in strategy that they're trying to do here with IO Dota and this like very, very fast lineup. But again, we'll see how this one plays out. Who do you like going into this game?
I definitely like MTG. I feel like they have such a clear win condition here, not only because of their amazing teamfight ability, but also I want to share with you another conceptual thing in Dota. Have you heard of the triangle thing? The triangle relation?
Yeah.
Split push, teamfight, and death ball. So split push obviously is one of the way to punish teamfight, and teamfight is the best way to punish death ball. And this is a teamfight draft coming from MTG Trust against a death ball draft coming from IO Dota. So I would definitely say naturally, conceptually, MTG Draft has a much better answer towards IO Dota. But if the snowball starts, and we have seen countless of games where a snowballing team just totally, ignores the concept of Dota, the formula of Dota, and they just dumpster because they are snowballing. I think that has to happen for IO Dota to take a victory over MTG Trust this game.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to have to see how this one plays out. I feel like there's just, they need to play perfect Dota. And what we've seen so far is that, yes, do they have the skill and the ways to come back and the fortitude, so to speak, to just play a decent game of Dota? But man, this has got to be mistake-free Dota. And
yeah,
it's like playing a perfect game. All 5 people, like we'll see how this one goes, and I hope that they do just to keep this interesting. But I feel like it's going to be a hard task ahead of them.
Yeah, we talk about how is this a must-win game for Dota, and a lot of time historically, if you remember the TI moments, when a team is facing elimination, they tend to always go for a draft that has more possibility, that's multiple dimension, and has a multiple backup plans, and that would be a team fight intensive lineup. You see Enigma coming up, you see Tidehunter popping off, you see Enigma plus Tidehunter plus Faceless Void. I know in theory it is bad because you have all these high cooldowns heroes together, but it does give you a lot of possibility going into the late game. You have multiple ways to win the game. And Dota, they're so one-dimensional, and I'm really about that. You talk about how is this a mystic-free game. It is definitely a very good way in putting it. But also you need to consider the pressure that they are playing with. You are playing in a high-pressure game, facing elimination, and you have to pull out a mystic-free game. That is just a little bit too much in my opinion. Just a little bit too much.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like it's going to be Mushi and Ohio in the same lane, old buddies, and they've just they're like, okay, maybe we didn't have a great game last time because we weren't playing in the same lane, so we're just going to be blood brothers to the end, and we're going to stick to it. But Viper, Zeus, you talked about the range of Fearless, just being able to kind of outclass what Viper really wants to do. But what sort of a percentage would you give an edge to any hero in that lane?
Well, I would say, even though I can see how Zeus can fare pretty well, but I would still say it's a 40-60 advantageous to Viper. It's just what Viper does, right? If you are picking Viper into 50-50, that is not good for Viper. You want to be at least 60-40.
Okay. And Boombell here actually just starting it off. He gets Ohio and Mushi's career. So he's had really good start. And Boombell is just getting that staple gun or whatever that thing is, the hammer now? That cosmetic, and he's just swiping in Ohio there.
Yeah, they looks like a very cool, those kind of off. Never mind, just stapler, I guess. Fistus, I like the way he's building. He's focusing on arc lining and also the passive as well, so that he knows even though he loses out on this mid lane, there's still ways to get into the jungle and start flash farming.
Yeah, I think as long as Ohio doesn't get completely zoned out and dominated, I think that it's going to already be spades in terms of what he did from last game to this one. But they're getting a little low here. Jackie and Boombell are an early level 2, so that's a little bit worrying for both of those. But I mean, Jackie, like this Faceless Void should do some work, right?
Yeah, definitely. At Faceless Void, we always know that Faceless Void is kind of bad against Venomancer, but you have this Elder Titan with the Saber Gun just zoning Venomancer away. I'll say this might help Faceless Void. And look at the net worth chart, the CS chart. Faceless Void has 9 denies. And this definitely hurts the Venomancer a lot. You are picking Venomancer to lane the Faceless Void. And if that doesn't happen, that goes alright, Fearless.
Yeah. Like you want to start strong with Veno. He's definitely not a hero that you want to really be coming back from. Yes, he can go back into his jungle and start to get his own, his own farm, but I feel like Ohio has been he's suffering from PTSD in a way of the last game. You know what I mean? Because he got dominated so hard. Jackie, that's like a huge confidence boost when you know that this offlaner can't really deal with you in lane. And then now Ohio has to play really, really scared. I mean, look at the last hits. It's 4 last hits, 1 deny for Ohio versus the 14 and 12 denies from Faceless Void. That's crazy.
It's just that this is definitely not going well. And look, I'm just looking at the itemization of Jackie. He's opting for boots and not another Wave Band. It tells you that Jackie is ready to get a kill on this Venomancer with the boots. So they want more than just dominating on the CS chart. They want to get Ohio out of this lane by killing him. And with Tiny, constantly just moving away from the bottom side,
I can see Venomancer start getting punished.
They got the
Fearless though.
Mushi Avalanche toss, and they got them right where the IO, and they're gonna look to go there, but Boombell is there. Fairy Fire's been used. The arrow connects, and they end up getting first blood. Boombell with the outplay, and Zeus does go down in the end, but 1-2-3 will die as well. That arrow was clutch, and destroys Nia 666 right there.
Well, there goes your Mystic Free game. What an arrow though from Q. That was from downtown. This is where you should be yelling Colby.
Split all the other heroes and the creeps and everything.
Went
was, like,
right
perfect.
Yeah, and went right into the Viper, and also it was a first blood as well. So definitely Boom Bell on the staple gun, feeling super strong already. Managed to zone out with the Venomancer at first, and then get the double kill. He is definitely feeling like an MVP here. I can tell you that. And 5 minutes rune is coming very soon. Mushi is on the bottom lane trying to contest this rune, and we might be seeing a lot more action coming in the next 15 seconds.
Look at Mazaros just taking all the creep waves. He don't care. He's got, he's just gonna take them all, make sure that he gets it, and he's actually out leveling VT Faded, and he's gonna back up and perfectly timed with the 5-minute rune. He picks it up, and he's got all the creeps, and the other creeps meet in the river, and they're like, "Whoa, this is super awkward. Why are we both here?"
Yeah, the more awkward this gets, the more chaotic it is, the better it is for Masaros. Knowing that there's just nothing at all that Ayo can do to this super beefy watermelon and Masaros. This is the dream way of playing Tyranitar. It's very similar to the Centaur in a sense, because you really want to be able to pull off from your laning phase and then just build into this unstoppable force, unkillable force. This is what the Centaur wants to be doing too. Masara this time around, he's not being punished. Mushi
just running up on Mushi right here by Boombell, and it's weird because you normally when you see a position for Tiny, they create so much space and they're so aggressive that you're afraid of them. But it looks like Boombell, position 5 Elder Titan's I don't care, come at me, and he's gonna actually out hit him. And is scaring Mushi away. He has to do the walk of shame all the way back to the fountain.
Yeah, Tiny presence is definitely not there right now, and it's just tough for him because, this is what you have to be risk playing into. You first pick the Tiny. Opponents are just gonna pick a bunch of heroes that are not afraid of the Tiny. You have this Elder Titan, the Mirana that can just leap the way, but top lane with Faded.
They got him with 1-2-3. Mind you, Mushi did die by Q, but VT Faded is run up on Mazaros. He's trying to juke through the trees. The illusions are kind of on the tail, and they found him. Mazaros, he tried to double back, and the stun is there. And that should be the second kill, for IO Esports.
Yeah, that's a much needed punish, but Jackie at the bottom side. Fairy Fire, he still has a Fairy Fire.
He should gonna TP. He should be fine. Yep.
Yeah, he's so low, but Ohio falling there is definitely good for MTG Trust. Any single kill that Trust is getting right now is definitely favorable for them. But this time around, we see that VT Fader is the one that is the biggest winner from laning phase. Around 400 gold ahead of Faceless Void, and with the help of IO, he's just gonna keep farming faster than the Faceless Void until Faceless Void gets a Muscle Madness or Battle Fury.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna peak faster, right? He's definitely more of an early game fighter and all that, and especially with the 1-2-3 IO just kind of constantly tailing you and topping you off. It's just it's gonna make laning a lot easier, but he does fall off, toss back. They got the Ravage, and they do connect on a 3, and they turn it around. Mushi gets exploded on, but it looks like Mazaros is gonna get killed here. And yeah, they traded Mushi for Mazaros. Not a bad trade for IO.
Nah. It's better than not bad, I would say. It's definitely fantastic, but top lane,
Reality
Faded.
Rift, Chaos Bolt, and they're going for Boombell, and they're looking to go. A couple right clicks, and that should be it. But Jackie's looking to fight this. No, he time walks it away. And with, 1-2-3, just right on the tail of VT Faded, this is, again, that early power spike we talked about.
Yep. And also, without the Ravage now, they can look to advance their move. They can look to take towers. They can look to force team fights. There's about 1.5 minutes without the Ravage. This is a pretty big window for IO Esports to force things happen if they want to. I would say they definitely want to, because this is the pick of Viper as well. Viper wants to be the one being active right now. You don't want to give this juice too much of a breathing room to get to this boost of travel and start leaving the mid lane. That's why Mushi is starting to dive between towers.
Yeah, but Mushi does have Tranquils. Okay, so that's fine. All right, so he's getting something. But one thing to note about MTG's lineup is that they're really working off of these long cooldown timings, right? So there are definitely gaps where they're super vulnerable. When you don't have Thunder God's Wrath, you don't have Ravage, Chrono, all of these things can kind of play into that. And so IO need to be very smart. Again, early lineup, definitely want to end it, but you got to make sure that you're doing it in that time when MTG is most vulnerable.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would say IO Esports now they are still in the driving seat, but once the items are up on Trust side, Trust will be the one driving the car forward, and IO Esports they just have to look for very minimum window to make things work, and that is very very important. There's one bottom side Jackie managed to get a kill on Ohio with the Chronosphere, of course.
I mean, you expended a lot. It's definitely worth it to get the Chrono. Just make sure you got that kill and then go back to farming. And Jackie's going to have a fun time with that. Oh, the urn and the arrow. And Mushi goes down. Thunder God's Wrath is going to go out of there. Come out of nowhere for the steal. Moonlight Shadow. And do they have vision? Yes, he's been broken, but he does tick off in the end. And the Nether Toxin just doing enough.
Yeah. Oh, top lane. Fearless. Max
got the
outlining, just chasing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but
alright, speaking about worth dying to Chronosphere or Ravage, right? I feel like teams always have this false feeling that they feel like dying to this big ultimates is okay. Or meanwhile, Fearless dies again.
1.23. Oh, the Avalanche, but he's only level 3. But BT Faded is in there as well as Nia, and they're just going back and forth between the Roche Pit. The Chaos Bolt is going to stop the Elder Titan from TPing away. Fearless is running for his life. He's trying to bottle it through. He's definitely faster. And he's going to salve, but Mazaroth is now here. Mazaroth doesn't have the mana for the Ravage, but he does look to go for Mushi. They do get them. The Reality Rift throws Fearless back, and it looks like he does go down, but BT Faded. Oh, the heals out of nowhere. Well, 1, 2, 3, but can he out-heal this? No, he cannot. He does go down, but Nia wants revenge. He's going for Boom Bell. It's diving a little bit deep. He does need to be a little bit careful. They have 3 heroes, and Nia does end up getting the tick off with the damage there. 1, 2, 3. He does get, and there's the Ravage and the arrow combination, but can he out-heal this? With the urn as well? No, he does not. And 1, 2, 3, all you are is a ball of light, and all you are trying to get away. He tethers back, but Q's are there. They throw out an arrow, and that's going to be the end of that.
Man, what an engagement! But once again, this is definitely favorable for the side of Trust. Like, just almost get out of there. Even though he died, but still, this is a lot of space for Jackie on the Faceless Void. They didn't just die for nothing. They get a couple of trick kills as well. Viper is falling. Every single time Viper falls, it's a step back from the snowballing that IO wants to be achieving. So getting a kill on Viper is definitely good. It doesn't matter if you have to trade a couple of heroes with him, it's fine. But speaking about, like, back to the thing that I want to talk about just now, that we always have this false feeling that it's worth it to die to a big
Chrono
ultimates.
catches out both of them, but I don't know if he's going for the right one. The Earth Splitter's being connected as well, and they got 1, 2, 3. They've gotten BT Faded already, and they got 1, 2, 3 as well. Both of them, really nice Chrono, completely comboing with everything, and that was that Wombo combo we talked about.
Yeah, and this is definitely not worth it, you know. It's only worth it if you are able to achieve something objectively after they expanded their big ultimates. But so far, I always thought that they haven't been able to really punish the downtimes of their big ultimates. Every single time we are just seeing Mushi running in, trying to make something happen, but he is always running into the Elder Titan, into the Mirana that can just easily get away.
Stomp into arrow combination, and Mushi is just trying to farm, but my gosh. All right, when Mushi, okay, they're gonna go for more. The relocate, here comes BT Faded, he's been tethered, they got Q. The Sentry was there, and they just Reality Rift one of the Centaur creeps, because why not? He should pull him back. Boom Bell is still hidden away, but yeah, please go on.
Yeah, it's just like IO, they are not utilizing their downtime enough to make things happen, and Kiyosai, he offered Midas for the late game insurance, because he obviously knows that their late game is not as good as Moderate Trust. That's why he went for the Midas, hoping to salvage on that. But once again, you know, this slow lineup coming out from Moderate Trust is working, and Faceless White is starting to catch up to the Chaos Knight. He's also going for the Battle Fury build, so definitely a lot of fresh farm ability coming out from Faceless White very soon.
Yeah. What do you think about Zeus going BOT before Ags? Are you okay with this?
It's pretty good. You know, they're running a greedy lineup, and if your lane is okay, if you're not losing too hard, I think you are afford to do that, because it is also a very good defensive item, right? Because you can just travel around the map and then just constantly push the lanes out. And pushing the lanes out is even better than killing heroes some of the times, because you are just stopping your enemy from advancing on the map, taking away the map control. So this Faceless White is always able to just take all this safe farm on the map and not really risk dying while farming. I'll say definitely the Peaceful Travel contribute a bit into this.
Okay. And what do you think about VT Fated going Midas before any other item? I mean, when treads Midas into what is looking to be Sanj.
Well, it feels like it's just an insurance, you know. He's just making the best out of the worst right now. He obviously wants to be snowballing, but it is not happening, and you just have to suck up the fact that, you know, snowballing is not happening, and we might go into the late game here.
Oh, Thunder God's Wrath and the Lightning Bolt found him. 1-2-3 tried to be cute, relocated, got the rune, but 12 seconds is an eternity when you're being chased down by Zeus.
Yeah, suddenly it feels like they are in this very desperate situation that they need to pull out desperate moves to salvage the disadvantage that they are having right now. And 5 men are going to come out on a trust side that have Chronosphere plus Ravage. This is their pick right now. They want to make something happen, or at least take away the mid tower.
Like, for me, I feel like IO needed to have gone, like on VT Fated, probably some, you know, like a halberd or something just to fight. You know, and just whatever it is, whatever that first big item you want to go. But, like, what they've done is they've kind of put themselves, well, yeah, we're going to go the long game. But, oh, nice Chrono, Arrow, all combination. Earth Splitter as well. Chaos Bolt trying to do what they can. 1-2-3, but Ravage has been committed. 1-2-3 is healing him. No, Nia does go down. Ohio is going to use the Gale. He's going to turn this, but the stop should end up smashing him in. He's been stunned, and he's been slept, but, oh, man, Mushi and VT Fated are the only survivors so far. Oh, sorry, 1-2-3. I always forgot about the Ball of Light, but they lost 2 for that.
Well, test Wombo combo coming out from MTG Trust, and it could be even more devastating once the Aghanim's on Juice is up, once the Battle Fury BKB is up. That's, you know, this is not forgiving at all for the side of IO Esports. Also, something to mention that IO, he used the relocate to grab or snatch the bounty rune. That's why he wasn't able to relocate someone out of the chrono just now.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a little bit of missed opportunity there to save his pals. I think you really want to be careful with this relocate usage.
So, okay, back to my point. VT Fated, instead of going Midas, if you got the earlier items to let you fight, you know what I mean? When you have a Viper and a Veno on your team, which you pretty much want to be pushing early when they have those peaks, and to just kind of snowball via towers, right? Taking objectives and just kind of taking away all the space for that Jackie to get his farm. But seeing as that you're kind of playing traditional Dota in the sense that, like, you're kind of all over the place, you're laning, you're just jungling, you're doing your thing, but you're not really pushing, you're not taking away that space. So I think that you're playing to lose in this case.
Yeah, a little bit. But also I can see how he thinks that Midas is okay, but
oh, the arrow. But VT Fated, he jumps out of it. He actually reality rips out of the tether, and 1-2-3 gets gone on there. And VT Fated is by himself. Yeah, he's got illusions, but it's not like an IO buddy.
Yeah, okay, speaking about your point, right? I think this Midas is the item that gives you a little bit of possibility going to the late game, you know? Because he knows that, oh wait, Masaros, is there enough damage from VT Fated? Not quite.
And it just looks like they're going to turn this around. They're going to wait it out. They don't actually have a follow-up to this. Okay, here's the Earth Splitter. I think it was a little bit off on cooldown, but the Earth Splitter is going to miss. VT Fate is going to run by it. Chaos Bolt him. To go, and 1-2-3's back. He's got the relocate, and he's going to focus on him, but Boombell somehow still alive. The arrow connect. VT Fate, can he get the reality? Oh, the relocate was still ticking away, about 5 more seconds and not enough time, and 1-2-3 gets away, but VT Fate dies for this.
Oh, that's a sad one. Like, Yeah, I mean the itemization is just Midas is for more opportunities, more possibilities, because he knows that if he goes for a fighting item, he's gonna get countered by this Faceless White Chrono, by this Juice, crazy amount of magical damage. That's why he want to go for a late game and hope that they have a chance at the late game. But this is definitely more like playing not to lose. I agree with you. And 5k goal lead, holding by trust right now, they're definitely feeling super confident. Also, they are such a greedy and teamfight intensive lineup. They are not supposed to gain any sort of lead, because IO Gaming, their draft is meant to snowball. They are the one that should be holding the kind of lead if they want to be winning this game. So I'll
But they
definitely
found him,
say
and here comes the Chrono, and they do catch him, and that's the big target with the Nimbus as well. The arrow and 1, 2, 3 gets gone on. They got the sleep, but Mushi is now here. Nice little avalanche toss, and Boom Bell does go down in the end. So they got something out of this. They've got the Venomous Strike, but here comes VT Faded. The Ravage has been used. It commits onto 3, but Mazaros is running. Moonlight is now going to be used. Can they retreat? Do they have the vision? VT Faded getting very low, trying to out-heal it. He goes down. Fearless is getting gone on. They do have the vision for that, so they're trying to get something else. Boom Bell with a buyback, and he's looking to just run away at this point. But that's not a bad fight for IO Esports there.
not at all. They had the high ground advantage, and also the initial burst wasn't enough for the CK. They went for the IO, but CK was just a little bit too tanky, and most of the Nimbus damage was getting spread by the ancient stacks as well. So that was a little bit fortunate for CK there, and also the assistance was also ready and presented by IO Esports. So that was a well-deserved victory there, and 5k is now cut into 2k, and they are going to take this mid tower. It looks like a pretty good fight to start the comeback for IO Dota.
One thing I've noticed is that I think 1, 2, 3 needs to not always be tethered to VT Faded. He needs to kind of just hide in the wings, and that, if VT Faded is going to be farming up front, and that's when you want 1, 2, 3 just coming in with a relocate save. And seeing as that like he's right next to him, I mean, if they get Chrono together, they're going to just die together, right?
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with you. But I think that situation just now was them getting caught off guard. Because I think if you're anticipating a fight, you definitely will want to save the tether.
But you can't
Otherwise,
always anticipate it. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where 1, 2, 3, you just need to be like, you don't need to be tethered all the time. Like, this guy can handle farming these creeps on his own. Like, you don't need to, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's an ancient stack. Like, it is what it is. But I think that you need to play a little bit safer. That you might get jumped at any moment. I mean, that smoke came out of nowhere, and they got them both for that, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'll say so too. But for players, sometimes it's hard to change the habit. I pick IO and you ask me to not tether. That's just gonna be a bit weird for the players. But for good players, but for great players, right? They are willing to do the weird thing just to win. But this mid lane though, is that Ravish? No, there's no Rav for another 10 seconds to
combo,
date.
Thunder God's Wrath. They get Mushi. And they've got Mazaros as well. But here comes Jackie. The BKB has now been revealed. The Nimbus and the Chrono's right on point. Gets them both. 1, 2, 3, and Jackie. And he wants more. He gets the bash, the time lock on Nia. And he gets Vesseled as well, so he doesn't really have anywhere to run. Moonlight is going to cover their offense. The clumsy net is going to lock him in. Ohio gets gone on as well, and that's a team wipe. And they only lost Mazaroth. And at this point, is anything of value lost on that from MTG?
Yeah, not really. He didn't even expand his Ravage. So the next time around, if IO Dota wants to force a fight, even without a Chrono, just Ravage would be enough. The BKB is up on Faceless Void. And back to what we said. Are you willing to do what it takes, what it needs to be done to win games? If you are willing to do that, he might just have to really stop tethering the CK. Because every single time we haven't seen a relocate save from Crossfield at all so far. I'm not blaming this completely on 1, 2, 3, but different things need to be done here to change the dynamic of the game.
Okay. All right, but seeing as you blamed 1, 2, 3 about 90% of the time, where can they find you on social media?
Alright, if you guys want to, have this very straightforward, helpful, honest opinion, you can always find me on Leon Arte Dota on my Twitter, on Facebook. I do a lot of Facebook streaming, so you guys can always check me out there.
Definitely check him out.
Leon Arte
Of
Dota
course,
once again.
Yes. And 1, 2, 3, please reach out to Leonardo or Dota. And if you guys want to set up a fight, I would be happy to officiate or to participate in that one. All right, so
speaking of the game, all right, holding Aegis, 7k goalie in 23 minutes. You know, definitely super confident on trust side, but I'm just afraid that they become overconfident again and then overextend their lead, because this is not too big of the lead that is unsurmountable.
Yeah.
This is definitely comebackable. So they need to be much more disciplined than the last game.
There was a time where Jackie got that awesome chrono where they were doing the ancient stack, right? And then there should be like an internal timer. Somebody needs to be like the clock keeper, so to speak, in the sense of how long is our spells on cooldown for? Like somebody needs to track this stuff, like a bookkeeper in that sense, because when they fought, it had just come up, right? So somebody like when it's coming back on cooldown or off of cooldown, somebody needs to be like, oh shit, we need to back up. Like that there needs to be a player on the team that's responsible for this stuff, right? Who tracks this stuff so that they don't get caught off guard. Because again, that chrono was team fight winning. That was a disaster by IO to continue fighting on that.
Yeah, that's true. You know, back when I was coaching King Fam, we always had this idea as well to record the ultimates, you know, to record the cooldowns, and then this just laid out a very good window for your team that, okay, in this next 130 seconds we need to make things happen. And Fearless seems like getting punched. Wow, what a body block coming from Mushi.
Oh, I mean, he's been hasted, so Mushi just barely gets away, but that was actually pretty funny because he was body blocking Fearless.
Yeah, but back to my point, I've seen so many players, you know, it is hard for them to even capture the Roshan spawning timer. So
yeah,
I would say this.
I'll click it, right? That's all. Like, people need to know this, right?
Yeah, but a lot of time they're just, you know, too focused into the communication, into the fighting, and they tend to forget about that.
Yeah.
So I would say, you know, wanting them to record the downtime of Ravage, of Chronosphere, that's so hard, man. And you need to do that well with execution as well. You need to tell your team, 130 seconds, this is the window for us to make something happen. Let's all group up and do things.
Yes.
And you can find it very funny that how difficult this thing is to actually execute.
Oh, they found him, and they've got Elder Titan. He's going to use to keep himself alive for now. The Moonlight is going to be used, as well as the Earth Splitter, but Mazaros is in the area. Jackie is also here. The nice little chrono, but he did catch out his own guy in terms of Mazaros, the BKB, the 1-2-3 with the save. That's the first one of the day we've seen. Nia is going to just try to run for his life. He tried to force staff away to the low ground, but he's going to TP, and Ravage is going to be used just to ensure that they secure the Viper here. They got something out of this. But nice save so far. Ohio's continuing to run the time lock. And what can you do when you're super lucky like this? Oh, the Chaos Bolt. You need a friend. And you got one, but he time walks forward one other time. Ohio just trying to run. Try to walk this away, the pipe. And Mushi TP's in. He has no mana, so he blinks away. He's like, I didn't see him. I didn't see him. And Ohio goes down. Jackie going to the ends of the earth to make sure he gets the kill, and he does.
Man. Howler, you know what? This reminds me of my high school day. You know, there was just a girl that I really liked, and I just wouldn't give up. I just wouldn't give up. Pop everything. Yeah, I'll just give everything of me, make sure I get a girl. And this reminds me of that, man. Just countless of time walks. There's like 7 time walks plus BKB plus muscle menace, and just everything to get this really toxic Venomancer kill.
And to be honest, you had like that potential guy that was like trying to get in the way and is like Mushi, but he's like, oh shit, I don't have mana. And he just like walks away. Oh, the nice little arrow there. They do connect. The 1-2-3 goes down. BT faded. He's gonna BKB off the clumsy net. Mushi tried to go back in, but he didn't really do anything. The Avalanche is now going to be used. He's been used. Nimbus, and that's going to be a dead Mushi. And it looks like they're going to focus on this T3 here. They're just focusing on Nia, just trying to zone out again. But again, I don't like this Viper and Veno pick, man. Like, they're just one and the same, and they don't really scale very well.
Yeah, it's just a problem for Viper. This is not a secret anymore. This hero just doesn't scale as well as a lot of the other heroes. Once again, you are
it's just the problem of their draft. You're so one-dimensional,
Mm-hmm.
and then you pick your heroes to win lanes. But if you don't get the snowballs, start going, it's just so hard for you to salvage the disadvantage coming into the mid game.
Not much you can do, but they're just like slowly sieging them. I mean, IO are looking to just group up here. They got a smoke, and they found at least Mazara. The avalanche, toss, combo. The arrow is going to connect, and he's been galed on up. The Earth Splitter doing a lot of work, but Jackie's just focusing on Ohio. The pipe is really not doing anything to him. They got the dust. Jackie Moonlight is going to be there, but they've got sent. Chaos Bolt? Nope. Oh, the time lock is doing work on Mushi. IO 123 is dead. And they got the Chrono, and jeez, this is turning bad. And they get the Tiny as well. They've got them both. Neo was just shoot from the high ground, but the arrow does connect. And that's going to be a 5 for 1 because it's a buyback from Ohio, and they want more. This is it. This is going to be the push. This is it.
Well, you talked about, recording the timing of the ultimates, and that definitely shows that CK did not see the Chrono Sphere coming at all.
Oh god.
He was
Ohio
constantly charging
is
Ohio.
trying to fight, but he's been stomped as well, and he just gets, I mean, when Jackie's on top of you, he's getting time locked, bashes on you. There's really not much you can do.
Team wipe. I think this is at least one pair of rags for Trust to get home with. It depends on whether they want to play this safe. If they want to go a little bit further, they can still stay to fight, I guess. This is what MTG Trust likes to do. They like to turn it around a lot.
Look how crazy this is. Jackie's level 24. VT Faded is 17. He just hit 17 right now at 30 minutes. Oh, the VT Faded Reality Rift, but he Reality Rift a creep of all things.
He was lucky that he really ripped the creep. Otherwise, if he really ripped the Princess White, he might be the one in trouble.
And Jackie here focusing on that, the T3 bottom. There's really not much they can do. I mean, Mazaros has got the Ravage in case they want to use it. I mean, yeah, there's no Chrono, but really, I don't know how you're supposed to team fight into this. Glyph has been used.
I'm not sure how do you team fight into this. I don't think 5-on-5 team fight is the go-to to win this.
Arrow connects.
Oh, arrow.
Does hit him, the Gust, the Nimbus as well, VT Faded, but he's going to be relocated back, but no Chrono, no real save, but I guess it's just kind of helping him out. I don't think they were going to fully commit to this. Fearless, on the other hand, TP's top, he's going to continue to push the top lane. Zeus probably not the best in terms of taking objectives, but I mean, when your team is balling like this, it really doesn't matter who's pushing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice patience from Masaros there as well. Like not using the Ravage on the potential kill on CK because he knows that the relocate is gonna come. So it's okay for taking things slow. They don't have to end the game right here, right now. They know that they afford to be a bit slow because they are definitely in total control right now in this game. It's all about them. It depends on them how this game should be ended. Should it be ended in a clean way, or should it be ended in a very chaotic way or back and forth way? It's all up to MTG. But I definitely would hope that they finish this clean.
Yeah, MTG though, their lineup is a lot easier to use than the last one, right? Like you Chrono on the guy, you just bash the guy until he dies. I mean, you got arrow, you can set things up a lot easier, right? The last game was a little bit more difficult. There was a little bit more difference in terms of hero strengths. Like this one is like there's so much synergy that it just makes your life a lot easier. It's an easier to play lineup.
True. And this is one of the key factors that you want to be considering in your draft. The easiness of the execution of the draft, and the easier it is, the better it is, because all the players are just clear with what they want to do. In this case, Dota,
the Chrono catches under 3, and he's got him in. Nia and Jackie are both getting destroyed. The Earth Splitter as well, 1, 2, 3, trying to be forced, but he's been forced the wrong way, and GG's been called. Oh, but it looks to be an offensive GG, a call. And it looks like they're going to just focus on the towers. A little bit of BMing there. Oh, okay. I didn't see the GG from the Dire. So looks like GG was called first. All right.
What a way to end the game. The AoE Chronosphere talent was just too great. As normally you would get the backtrack, but when you're snowballing like that, just go for the AoE. And it definitely pays out because it stops IO from relocate saving the chorus out of the chronosphere. And definitely a very clean game coming out from Motivate Trust Gaming. The draft was on point. The execution is definitely on point as well. Jackie once again proving to us that he's the next up and rising carry in Southeast Asia, especially from Thailand. Because I hope to see this Motivate Trust squad keep staying together and moving forward. Because I know that they're actually thinking of a roster swap or disbanding. You know, the idea was there, but BTS happened, so they stick together. It gives them the saving. It was the saving grace for the team, and it seems to me like they are finding their footing now, and they are playing pretty well together as a team.
Jackie's been on point, man. He's been proving to be at least the strongest carry that we've seen, at least in Top Clans 2020. Like, this guy's been on point in terms of what they're doing. Their team has really been, they're gelling well together. They're making good decisions. They're not getting caught out. Their drafts have been super good as well. So just really a lot going on, positively that's going on with MTG here. But we're going to see one of those positive fights, the toss back in. And they're gonna look to go this, but that perfect arrow which split the defenders and end up killing Nia right there and draws first blood, and there we go. That's the chat that we're talking about. Who's gonna be the winner? We'll find out shortly. But again, easy way to win, easy money for MTG in this one. Congratulations to them. They're definitely in. This is gonna be the lucky viewer who won. It was Justin Braga. Congratulations. We'll reach out to you and get you that prize. We'll have more throughout the day. We're gonna have 2 more games between Brent Esports, Adroit Esports. Those will be coming up. Any final words before we go into a break?
No, I'm as excited. We have been looking forward to this series, and it definitely is the one that deserves all our expectation. Going to the next one, Adroit versus Brand. I am looking forward to see what can 4F bring into the team.
So we're gonna see that series coming up. IO Esports is gonna want Brent Esports to win both of their games, because then that will give them a chance to at least get into a tie with Detroit. But we'll explain that one all as we go into the second series coming up very, very soon. But we're going to take a quick little break and we'll be back.
Sawasdee โนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Dota Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hồng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetE. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel, Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry, Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. với slogan This is passion, thổi bùng đam mê. Giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống đơ ca khỉ, được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi đơ ca khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi bùng đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng đơ ca khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, This is passion. Jadi buat teman-teman semua jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
Hello, welcome back to Top Clans 2020, and we're going to be here with the last series of the day between Brand Esports and Adroit Esports. And we've seen a little bit of a roster change. Walk us through what happened, Arthur.
Well, I mean, it's just, the teams are not gelling together enough, and then they decided that they have to make a change. So they have Benzoy out of the team, and then they have Forev, actually. So Forev has been very strong standing in for Fnatic, and then now with Adroit, I'm looking forward to what they can do together. I'm looking forward to, you are a full Filipino lineup. Obviously, you talk Tagalog, and suddenly now you have to change your way of communication and you have to speak English because of Forev. I think that could be a little bit difficult and hard to adjust to, but Forev is a strong player. I'll say maybe it's worth that they give up the easiest way of communication that they can do.
Gotcha. So we're gonna go into the latest standings. We're gonna see that MG Trust with their win over both IO Dota and Brand Esports, and then the tie of Adroit. They're gonna be leading the group there. IO Dota still have a chance with being at 4 points, but they need to ensure that Adroit loses out just one game, and they have a chance at the playoffs. So obviously in terms of like destiny and all that, they kind of mess things up by like losing 0-2 there. But this is going to be it. This is for pretty much who gets into it, who gets eliminated. Brand Esports are going to be eliminated with 0 points, but they can still be, play the spoiler card, so to speak, and just making a bad day for Adroit. Let's see how things will turn out. But back to your point in the sense of Adroit having, Forev coming on in. Like, I know Forev. I know this guy, and he's language is definitely not an issue of his, because it's SEA, right? Everybody kind of, English might not be the first language for everybody, but that's probably the communication mode that they're going to use. And second point to that is that Dota, like, get back. Power, you know what I mean? Like, and through, the sheer use of the ping system, I think that you can pretty much communicate these things along. Even at the highest level, we've seen, Forev had some success with, like, all of the different teams, what's going on. He's played with Fnatic, he's played with T1, so he's had quite a bit of experience in the sense of just being able to play with people that are outside of, Korea. And so I don't foresee that being an issue. It's more of a play style thing that I kind of worry about, and just gelling and making sure that you kind of play with the rest of the team.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking about your language, there's one Tagalog sentence you definitely have to learn. Is the Tara. You just have to keep yelling Tara, 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 and that's good. You are one of them already. Like Tara, just go. If I remember correctly, it just go. It's a Lawai. Yeah. So
I thought you were gonna go with the whole put a tank in a mall one. But,
I know.
That's a much family friendly one. But
yeah,
nonetheless.
I'm a polite gamer. I'm a polite gamer.
Okay. Because I'm not gonna lie. When I'm playing on SCA, I've been able to see, I've been able to learn other languages. Be it they are calling me those names, or they're giving me advice. So usually I'm like actually very scared to like to put it into Google Translate. But when I usually see it, I'm just like, oh, that's something new. I haven't seen that one. So this guy's, either they're coming out with new slang words for me, or maybe it's a compliment. I like to think of it that way. It's probably not.
You definitely want to think of it that way. and we are seeing the roster now. You can clearly see that 4F is a stand-in, and the rest will be the same. MCY, Mike, Boomy, MSML. Adroit. It seems like after the initial roster change that they let go Nasumi and Bokurino, everything just went downhill all the way for them. And of course, we have Brand Esports as well. They're exactly the same lineup still. Gil, Jaina, Zalia, Ibigaya, and the Cat. How do you like the chances of them going into the series? Do you think there's a chance for them to at least tie the series?
Okay, I feel like Bren are mechanically fine. In the sense of Gil, Jaina, Hazelia, I think that these are very good cores. They understand how to play, but have they been don't get me wrong, they're ranked immortals. They understand how to play. That's not the issue. It's just the fact that when you're playing up against pros that are tier 2, tier 1, whatever these teams, is that the reason why these guys are good is their decision making. They've been able to create and to kind of coordinate and to make sure that their team fights and the rotations are on point, and they kind of just snowball from there. So individually, I think the skill levels are kind of, they're able to play. That's not an issue. It's just the fact of getting that team coordinated and making moves together.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about understanding, execution. Everybody at the very high level, they kind of click buttons at the same way. So just a very minimal difference between the 9K, the 8, 9K, 10, 8, 9, 10K players. It's all about understanding here. And when should you be doing stuff, when should you be not doing stuff, things like that. And looking at the draft, Adroit, they went for the exact same dual opener that Trust did. Definitely a super strong duel right now. Whereas Brand, they went for a more overall great position 5 Maestro Spirit, and of course Mirana. Mirana is just a nature counter pick for Clockwork, right? Because you can just easily leap out of the clock. There's nothing Clockwork can do about you, and Vengeful has to swap to save anybody as well. So I'll definitely say both teams has gotten what they really are comfortable with.
Yes, yeah. And they definitely have their outs. My only real issue is that you've got the Moonlight and you have ways to kind of scout out and search for the Snapfire, but do you need because Mirana can be almost any lane, I would think. Probably not a position 1, but it has that flexibility, and you probably want it as a 4. But is that enough to kind of deal with this Snapfire, who's going to just be raining, more and more kisses from the end?
I mean, it's going to be tough, because Mirana, you need to hit your arrow to be effective. Snapfire, Cookie is much easier to hit than the Mirana arrow. Of course, Mortimer Kisses as well, much easier to aim to. For Mirana's job, she literally just have to go into the Snapfire and make sure that he finds the Snapfire, stop the gamer from raining the multiple kisses in the team fight. But it's gonna be tough.
Yeah. So I feel like they need some sort of way to just kind of you need some sort of agile hero that can make moves, find the Snapfire, because once you get on him, he kind of has a hard time just getting away. Yeah, you got the cookie and stuff like that, but he definitely wants people to be more of a range thing than anything else, so that he can kind of shoot people from afar.
Okay. Yeah, and Faces Void is gonna be the choice of carry for Motivate Trust. We have seen, right? This Faces Void plus Mirana combo can be devastating.
Mhm.
And yeah, speaking about your point though, you definitely want someone that can go to the back line. And thinking of
10 seconds.
Jaina's hero pool, I would say Watch Spirit. She seems to be pretty comfortable with that hero, and that's one
Mhm.
of the better heroes that can just get into the back line, silence up everybody, and or maybe just kill anybody. But instantly, a droid went with this 4F Beastmaster to counter the Faceless Void.
Mhm. Helps with the slow. The boars are always there, so Faceless could potentially have a rough time. But and you have roar, which kind of chrono him. You know, when he chronos somebody, you can kind of roar him. So you have outs in that sense. But what do you do? Like, is a Faceless Venge, I'm assuming, lane? Is that enough to kind of deal with a potential Snapfire Beast lane?
Or the Clockwork Beast? I'll say not really. Menstrual Spirit is not a strong laning partner that you want to have. He's more like a guy that can be strong after the laning phase. So laning wise, I'll definitely say Beastmaster have a much better lane, unless they screw something up. But given that this is Forav and Boomy, I'll say they're pretty consistent when it comes to lane. They are pretty strong. Boomy has always been a strong laner, so it should be fine for the side of a droid. Faceless White, he just have to try to not die here. Oh, they actually go for the Crystal Maiden themselves, so it seems like Faceless White plus CM. So this is a much different lane now, because you have Crystal Maiden potentially up against 2 melee. If they want to put Clown as a 4 to bottom side, I think that would be much better for the Faceless White lane.
Okay, so it's going to be a Mirana 3 Venge 4, or is this going to be a position 1 Gil Venge?
Well,
sorry, Faceless Void 1, right?
Yeah, Faceless Void 1. I think at this point, I don't know, man. The thing about picking a CM here is that you are forcing Mirana and Venge to be a role that they are not the best in. You know? I think beside position 5, Venge can kind of fulfill the position 3 role. But I don't know how helpful is this, especially when you are playing against the Troll Warlord. Because you don't want to have either Mirana or Venge as a 3 against the Troll Warlord. I don't think you get any disadvantage from that lane. But things has been done, you know. They have to salvage this. I'm not sure how. I don't like Mirana being on the mid. I don't like Mirana being on a 4 on the 3 as well. So yeah, maybe Venge 3 and Mirana 4 can work. Maybe.
Okay. I just think it's funny that like the heroes that they've selected from Bren are all like similar colors, like blue, purple. You know what I mean? Like, and then if you're looking at Droid, they're kind of the same in red, brownish. You know what I mean? So they've got their themes. So just going with that, we know that a Droid banning Invoker, that's, you know, not a blue hero. That was not going to be picked anyways. But who do you think Bren would pick as their final hero to kind of run out this draft?
I think normally if you look at Beastmaster and Troll, the one hero that you think straight is the OD. So just because that OD with the Astro, you can save anyone that get raw, and OD is the one of the best mid laner against Troll Warlord for a lot of reasons. You know, whenever Troll Warlord pops the ultimate, you can Astro him, and after that, Troll is the one melee. It's the one carry that has the lowest INT in the entire game, I think. Like at level 25, he'll be sitting at, without Skadi, he'll be sitting at what, 500, 600 mana. So it's very easy for OT to burst him down. The thing is, you have a Faceless Void though, so that's gonna be a bit greedy. And if you don't have a good lane phase, you might just get run over, and you have this very greedy cores that need a lot of space to come online, and then you might just get rolled all over. But if you're able to go through the laning phase, I think maybe the greediness could pull out. I think it really depends on how the laning phase goes. Definitely there's a risk there, but the reward is pretty high too.
Okay, so they've got Phoenix sticking with the whole red theme that they've got a droid. Wait, hang on. How are they? Okay, so Troll 1.
Troll 1.
Snap 2.
Snap mid.
Yeah.
And then you have Cobra and Phoenix as a support duo.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, okay. All right. So Bren, on the other hand, I mean, like there's a little bit of a potential, like you can even have the Venge 1 Faceless 3 You know, you could also have the Faceless 1, Venge 4, and then Mirana 3, which you talked about not being so good. But they're definitely missing a mid here. I mean, I don't think you're going to see a Mirana mid. So who
Yeah.
would you match up against this Snapfire?
I think War Spirit seems to be the it's banned. All right, the Spirit Heroes are banned. Ember not that good as well. This is tough. Pugna or Quap? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
How does that match
Super
up against Snap?
It's okay, but I think Snap is just gonna do fine. Like Snapfire is a hero that farms super amazingly fast. He just want to get his level, and then he deals so much damage, and then he just start clearing wave, and then rush for the Agnes game. Agnes timing. I think if you are not dying and you farm super efficiently, you should be getting a pre 15 minutes Agnes, and that would be
Okay.
really great for Snapfire. You can always just speed the clockwork into the team fight and create a lot of chaos. And I like that. And my biggest concern for Brand is that they don't have anyone that can fulfill the role of the front line. They have no frontliner. Literally anyone that get roll, if the swap is not there, they're just dead. And then I can see a droid just throwing bodies into Brand and just run them over simply because they don't have the aura buyer, they don't have the frontliner, and they don't have any kind of initiation as well, except for Faceless Void. And that could pose a lot of problems for Void because any Faceless Void player out there would know that they hate to be the one going in first. Especially when there's Hawk just mirroring all your movements. That's going to be tough for Faceless Void.
So yeah, I mean, the weird thing is that Hyzelia, excuse me, she's playing the Venge, and she's the traditional offlaner. Or she usually plays a 3, that is. But do you think that Venge is like a 3?
I mean, in some circumstances, yes. But Venge 3 he will be a very squishy 3. And you will definitely need some hero that can protect you, something like people normally pair like a Clockwork, like a Tusk, like a Tiny with the Venge. So it becomes really strong. It becomes a killing lane. But right now, Venge plus Mirana, I know you can connect stun into arrow, but you're both so squishy though. That's my problem.
I'm hoping, like I really don't like Venge as a 3, so I would hope that Legaia ends up playing the Mirana as the 3. I feel like there's you're gonna have a potentially better game if you have that, but let's see how this one goes. This is gonna be the first game. This is gonna be the last series in terms of the round robin group stages for Group A. And this is going to be pretty much it for Adroit. They need to at least get a tie. Sorry, not get a tie. They need to win out, excuse me, to get themselves into the playoffs. So super important.
They have to get this series clean with a 2-0, and that will allow them to get 3 points and then overtake Iros Esports to the second place and then advance to the knockout stage. So they have to be really careful here. It's a must win for them. So definitely pressure is up there, and we'll see how Adroit pull this off. Looking at the laning phase, I look like the laning setups from Adroit is just much better than Brand right now. You have Throw plus Clockwork, and then Beastmaster plus Phoenix. You have 1 range plus 1 melee. You just this is the nowadays go-to laning setups.
Right.
30 seconds.
Legaia's the one carrying the the ward though. So usually only supports can place wards. So she must be the 4, right?
Yeah. I'm still digging the Venge 3 and Mirana 4. And it sounds more logical to me and scientific to me because Venge you can build into these aura items and just stay with your teammates, providing them extra auras to enable them. Mirana 3 is just going to be so much greedy, and I don't like that at all.
Yeah. Look at CML, just like literally walking up. I mean, they just took it from them, but Hyzelia getting slowed down here by MCY, but the arrow!
Ooh, the arrow!
Can they turn this around? They get a couple shots in. Hyzelia is actually going all in for this one. MCY gets the fairy fire, and he survives. Okay, well, he dies in the end, but he does get first blood, so that's something. Assault battery from CML. He's looking to just run up on Legaia, and that should be the end of that. But, I mean, you got first blood. Definitely worth it.
Yeah, definitely worth it. And you died, that's totally okay. You come back with full HP, full mana again. You're much stronger again. I would definitely say that is good trade coming out for a droid, and the Fairy Fire definitely changed things a whole lot more at Hizalia here.
Oh, the magic missile's been committed. CML just body blocking, but the arrow's gonna stop that. Hizalia's been getting gone on, getting very low again. Legaia as well, and they've been zoned out, and MCYs continue to move forward. Probably another right click away, but he's not gonna sacrifice this, especially with all those creeps on top of him.
Yeah, he sacrificed a whole lane of CS, so but that's worth it. You know, you bring Wench to Mirana and Mirana to such a low status, and they have to force
arrow. Does get him. CML one other time. Fairy Fire, and that should be enough. MCY just right clicking him forward, and yeah, that's a double kill. But that Salt Battery doing work, and he dies under tower, so he's just gonna come back fresh. CML, that is.
Yeah, this is so good for Tro. He also CML will be a free delivery man as well to deliver the Wraith Band for Tro, so that's definitely super great. It doesn't matter if you sacrifice a bit of CS, but as long as you get kills and you put pressure onto your off lane, this is something that a lot of the safe laner out there in Southeast Asia should be doing much more. You know, carry is not just about hitting creeps on the lane.
Yeah. And the top lane, MCY is level 3, literally triple. Oh, but the arrow gets taken by CML, a little off the mark on that one. But literally triple the level of Azalea here. So starting off a little bit rough.
Bottom lane seems like 4F is also having a pretty good time here. Look at the last hits, 8-3 compared to the 7-2 on Faceless Void. I'll say this is a pretty free business of the game.
Okay, so we'll see him high ground, right? Just like 15 minutes? Is that what we're expecting, or?
Well, probably not. I'll think brands will be able to do much more better than that. Maybe 20 minutes or 25 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and so Snapfire 14-4 versus the 10-0. CML 1, just body blocking, assault battery. Fairy Fire is just delaying the inevitable. The arrow's gonna miss, and Legaia has to leap away. And this is the like the underwhelming Venge, just to kind of, you know what I mean? Like as an offlaner, you kind of want something a little bit tankier, something with like a AOE stun, something of that sort, right? Like a Tide. You know, well, he doesn't have AOE stun, but he's tanky, but. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of want one of those traditional offlaners, but maybe I'm a classist guy.
I mean that's definitely true. Or at least if you want to run a Venge tree, you want to pair Venge with a better hero, not the Mirana. You want to pick a hero that can protect the Venge tree, and mid lane Mac just got a solo kill on the Quap. All right.
Yeah. So
this is the power of the Sapphire. It just the burst damage coming out from her is just too much for any mid laners to sustain through.
And Legaia, though, one thing that's like a position for Mirana is that, yeah, you want to be harassing in lane and stuff, but you want to generally use your arrows to just farm some, like the big camps, the big creeps in the camps. And so she hasn't been able to do that because Azalea keeps getting gone on, and she's been just like throwing out arrows just to protect her teammate. But, the arrow? Okay.
Boomy?
Got the haste.
Should be alright.
Boomy's gonna be a little bit careful, but yeah, she hasn't been able to farm as much as she should be. Legaia, that is.
Yeah, I mean Jaina, that was a pretty risky play as well. Imagine if he doesn't get the haste rune and Boomy got it instead. Jaina just did, and without TP. So that was a very scary moment right there. A pretty risky one as well, but she got it, so it should be fine. But Mac, she does get the level 6 first before Quap, so Quap has to be really careful. Doesn't want to get cookie and then just get drained by the multiple kisses.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so MCY has completely pushed it out. CML, though, has been aggressive. Is going to be looking to take this 5-minute rune to just kind of start things out. You might as well, right, when you've got this much... when you're able to be the aggressor here, the arrow he sidesteps it. MCY picks up the rune. And unfortunately, like, Brent is not going to be able to get that.
Pretty quiet top lane now after the first couple of minutes of chaos. Chloride is very deep into the lane. I think he's trying to get career. Oh, cute little kitten is gonna get. Oh, wait.
Not fast enough.
A little bit too fast for Chloride.
So Web of Terror here. Man, MCY is almost level 6 at 6 minutes. Solemn Battery, leap away, but they're going to go for at least Hazalia. Has been slowed down. Magic Missile just trying to buy a little bit of time. And the arrow is going to connect, but Hazalia has not even made it halfway. She gets Fairy Fired. Oh, man. She's like using a lot of consumables just to try to keep herself alive, but this is more of a positioning thing. It's difficult to kind of run away, I guess.
Yeah, it's also the lane setup things. You don't have the hero that can protect you from that. Oh, MCY, can you get a lucky root?
Legaia. Yeah, and Legaia goes down again. I think actually the first time for Legaia, but...
Yeah, this just seems to be the story of Hazalia this entire tournament. Remember the Sand King game at the first day? Yeah, she was also just getting bullied on the lane and not having any game. And this is just exactly the same. And look at her net worth. It's just 1.2k. Just barely ahead of CM.
Mac is level 7 versus Jaina's level 6. I mean, like the Snapfire 41 and 12. Like the denies is like the biggest thing. Like that's it's hard to like really sustain yourself in lane when you're getting getting denied like that.
Yeah, that's true. At top, he has gotten her level 6 now, and she should be looking for it to make some move at the bottom side. Especially once the Faces White also gets the level 6 Chronosphere. You want to be punishing this very aggressive bottom lane. At least just stop the farming of 4F a little bit, because he's definitely out of control right now. One whole 1,000 ahead of the Faces White already on 4F. That's crazy.
That's so crazy. It's so crazy right now. I mean, mid T1 is getting pushed in. Forev is having a field day in the bottom lane. Cat, level 4 is so close. And with the boars and the Necro, is going to kill kill her. And here comes the Assault and Battery. Jill's trying to time walk away. Here comes the Sonic Wave. They do get that, but Forev is there. They're going to use the Roar. And Jaina's gone too far. Not enough damage to follow up. Legaia's arrow's going to miss. And they've gotten something out of this. They got a 2-for-0 so far. They've navigated through all of the different, the hero, attempts, the initiations. But Jill is not level 6, so they really can't take these fights.
Yeah, look at the net worth difference. Now another solo kill by MCY on the top lane, 6k in 8 minutes. Oh, I don't know if this is...
but 4F might be getting gone on. Okay, so they got something out of this. Legaia, though, went all in, leaps to the high ground, but Phoenix is there. They do have a little bit of vision, so they see Legaia. Legaia has nothing to do, but unfortunately he's getting RTZ clipped and gets killed there. But they did get Jill on the back end of that, and Mac will continue to push the bottom lane here.
Yeah, they have the catapult as well, so this tower should be down and dusted. And meanwhile, Zaya at the top lane, MCY just not giving her a break.
The roots get lucky, doesn't really matter, turn to range, MCY will turn it up, but it's like, I don't want to deal anything with this spirit, and runs away from that. Not worth my time. And he goes back into the lane. Oh, and he gets the lucky root on this spirit, just in case. But Jill is here. She's level 6 though, but I don't know if you can really fight into this level 9 MCY who's just had like a bit of a field day.
Not at all, man. Like, look at Troll's itemization as well. Double Rift Band into Facebook. Oh, but will he get punished?
They do have him here. The Chrono is in a perfect spot, so all of them can attack. But do they have the damage? Somehow, okay, they do. And yeah, he goes down in the end. But 4-3-7 gold going the way of Jaina there. And they committed 4, and the Chrono, I mean, they committed everything for this, and they made sure they got it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, 4F, we can big smoke.
Roar. They found Legaia, and they got the board, the arrow, and the cogs back, so Legaia has to leap the other way. Does not get away.
8k going in 10 minutes. Now they are just looking to take down towers with the 10-minute catapult. We should see a droid making a lot of team plays coming up now, because this is the time that they can just utilize their death ball and start thinking of objectives over objectives.
Nova slows down Boomy. They got the Frostbite, but Cat really no mana or spells to kind of deal with that. Wave of Terror on the back end. Deny range. I would just deny him just for the sake of, it being funny, but I'm a terrible teammate. Jill, on the other hand, they do get him. Oh, he time walks away. She's trying to run away, but is she fast enough from a DD MCY arrow? Oh, connects on, but he goes down, or Jill goes down, that is. But MCY does have DD, so something you need to fear, and it looks like MCY is going to be pushing the bottom lane now.
One thing to take note though, the Mirana's arrow has been really on point so far. Every single time that he's just super accurate and always getting the throw. But is that enough though? Because hitting arrow, yeah, it's good, but there's just no follow-up damage coming at all. Oh, top lane Mac? Zaya?
No swap, no nothing. I mean, just the level 1, the swap is just, the range is so short. It's so difficult to get to, but speaking of like Mirana Ligaya, I like love her play. I think she's an amazing position for her. She plays an amazing Earth Spirit. She's definitely someone like I like to watch because I learn a lot from her. So she's a really good position for her. But Jill here getting a little bit low, does need to be a little bit careful. Really no space to farm, and Droid have done a good job of just kind of, taking away space, kind of making sure that, Jill has nowhere to go.
This is going to be tough for Brandon Spurs. And we talk about what are minutes that we are expecting the droid to be at high ground, and this is 12 minutes already. They have already taken 3 towers, and the bottom lane is already completely pushed all the way to the high ground. This is just so much map control for the side of a droid that can just look to splash farm, but they don't. They want to end the game really quick. Look at MCY. He's constantly looking for kills with the Mask of Madness as well. Just looking to pump in as much damage as he can.
I mean, if you're up against the Beastmaster, who's got a free lane, he should be high ground 15 minutes, 15, 17 minutes. That's usually how that hero works, because just the amount of push, utility, necro, all of that stuff is just so strong that like that hero is just crazy. Like, you should be pushing, and if you're not, then you're playing the hero incorrectly. And so that's kind of what we're seeing here. I mean, they just, all the space, everything is just so difficult for Jill to get any sort of farm right now.
Exactly. Even the Phoenix has a better net worth than Jill right now. So definitely.
Hook. They found Cat. Cogs back. Roar's been committed, but with the Necro army and the Boar, they're going to get a killing spree going the way of Forev there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to them right now to just commit their ultimates onto anybody, because they know that there's no way Brand Esports could fight into that even without their BKB. So a kill is a kill. They'll just commit it every single time when they find a chance. And Troll Warlord should be looking to get into Roshan very soon after they take down this mid tier 2 tower.
Yeah. Like, vision-wise, just it's so difficult to make any sort of move against the Beast. You know what I mean? Like the the Hawk just providing all that vision. I mean, you've got map control. You have no T2s. Like, you're pretty much stuck high ground at this point.
Yep. The only one that's really farming is only the Faceless Void. She's deep at the enemy's territory now because Jill knows that this is the only way she can be in right now, because every single one of the droid are just camping on their own jungle, and if you go to your own jungle, you're just gonna die. There's no way you can get out of your map. MCY is already doing Roshan. He's going for the very early BKB as well. So definitely looking to end the game at the 20 minutes mark.
Like, what can they do against MCY if he's got BKB? Like, this is that item. This is that, you get this item, you just run up on him. Yeah, you got Chrono. Maybe that's the only way to kind of disengage from him. But, like, when you have everybody else nearby with all that control from, like, the clock, the Beastmaster, all that stuff, like, literally all you need to do is just hit BKB and just run at people and just kill them.
Yeah, it sounds about right. All a droid has to do is just to make sure that the Beastmaster is not getting caught in the Chronosphere with the troll, so that you can always raw the Faceless Void. Oh, talking about raw only guy.
Two leaps, Snapfire Cookie, not enough space in the magic missile, but they got the Chrono and they got the Sonic Wave as well, and he goes down. So Forev, shame on you for dying. I'm just kidding. But Cogs here, and they get Gil. They got a return kill in that sense. They got 2 for 1. And MCY through all of this is just pushing the top lane. He's been rooted here, Frostbite. He's going to turn this around. He does have Aegis, so if he wants to go, he can. He's got the Rage is going on, and the swap is going to be there, but he's still okay. Aegis has been popped now, and Cat, can they get anything out of this? Are they going to back up? Oh, MCY is going to run for now. Oh, the freezing field has been expended, but he's just going to run away out of that. MCY is fine for now.
Yeah, they had to connect the arrow on the throw that's about to respawn. That's the only way of killing him, because once you pop the Mask of Magnus plus Facebook with the Yasha, you're just gonna run right out of their base. And that was what happened, but it was, nonetheless, it was an Aegis being wasted though. So this is definitely a very good news for side of Brand Esports. They're able to buy more time for the Fizzles to come back into this game now. Boomy, looking at him, he has the Meteor Hammer now. Tower pushing is gonna be a little bit more easier for the side for the droid if it hasn't been. Oh, this is just tough, man. Mirana is going for the 4-star build just to address with the clockwork issue, but that's just nothing like the pipe, nothing like the mecha coming up from either the Mirana or Venge. There's 0 aura items so far.
I mean, Venge right now, like, has had a rough time. Went 2 Wraith Bands, Treads of all things. Snapfire Cookie's not going to find anything. But, like, Forev has Necro 3. MCY is looking and hunting down for Jaina. She's going to she should be fine.
A little bit of space creating, but right now a droid, they are just going to charge right onto the high ground, it seems. Doesn't matter. Oh, the speed.
The gobble forward, and to the roar, they found Azalea, who can't even swap away the Sun Ray, just healing him. But the arrow from the backside, Ligaya ended up connecting on that one. But if she's kind of by herself, she's a little bit afraid, she leaps back to the high ground. And then she should be fine. But Azalea, a little bit out of position there. And they're doing a little, I don't know if it's BMing at this point, but they tipped each other. So they got something out of this.
Yeah, why do I feel like everybody just like to tip at Isaiah? Is it because she's easier to tilt, or because she's just that lovely and everybody loves her?
Maybe, but Cat gets hooked on in, and the Mortimer kisses as well. And the Necro 3 guys are still kind of kicking around. They're just kind of pushing the mid lane, but they're going to wait for the creep wave. And they should just go back in. Jill is just continuing to farm bottom, just create a little bit of space, push out, and the gobble is going to end up killing that entire creep wave with just one single creep.
That's pretty crazy. I think if you're looking to nerf Steph, you should definitely nerf maybe the speed traveling time, the amount of stun duration, or the damage, because all of them combining it just feels a little bit too overpowered.
Yeah. I mean, that hero, right? I mean, that ability, you can save somebody, you can initiate on somebody. Like, what can't you do, right?
Yeah,
so they have to nerf something.
AoE stuns as well. You
Yeah,
have
it's crazy.
Damage over time too. Literally every single mechanic in Dota 2 is in this one spell.
Yeah. Oh, there's a stun. He uses an illusion. Oh, the cheeky player and the kid player will end up killing Cat right there. Oh,
poor Cat.
Oh, the roar with the swap in. The chrono. Jill's getting something, but Hook does connect, but not really enough. Sonic Wave doing a ton of damage. That's one way to get back in the cogs. He's going to push him back in the Sunray. Boom, he's doing a lot of work, and now here's the egg, but that should be easily killed with everybody able to focus on him. 3 for 1, and can they get more? But that was actually a pretty nice fight. That was without MCY, but they sacrificed all of that. I believe they got some element of the Rex. Oh, they didn't get the T3 tower.
Now the revenge tip is back. Everybody just taking 4F now. That was a good bait, I would say. That was a good bait.
Yeah.
Jill.
Oh, but those bashes. CML is actually
MCY
outfighting Jill. What is going on? The Spirit Vessel. He could time walk away. Jill could go. She time walks to the high ground. She's on the RTZ clip, but she's been warded. You see him, and they're waiting for MCY, who's going to throw from below. And the tips are there. So it's like, oh, you tipped me?
Might not be
All
the best way to hide. Might not be the best way to hide.
Yeah, I think they were thinking, they're not going to have any wards. Oh, but the gobble has been thrown forward. MCY, that was a one-way ticket. But doesn't actually connect on anything.
This speed is just getting funny, man. Like, incredible it is. Just one speed will be able to kill an entire wave, and his turrets can cooldowns as well. So it means that you are able to clear the wave every single half a minute. And there's just one wave of creeps that will never be going out.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Like, what is the cooldown on that thing? Hang on, let me just see.
I think it's around 35 seconds.
Spit out. 150 seconds. Okay, so that's something. I mean, the burn damage, impact damage of 400, then you have burn damage, and it slows you 25%, and it stuns you for 1.5 seconds. So, like, literally everything. It's like a textbook in terms of, like, its toolkit. That's crazy. All right, so it looks like they're just trying to provide, you know, just they throw him in Azalea. Oh, and the Murmur Kisses. Oh, the swap back, but not enough. And she dies just.
Ken will die. All right.
Yeah. I mean, jeez.
Aww.
Okay, so the Sunray here, and they're gonna work on that T3. Oh, the Roar. They've got Jaina, but she's been forced back. Gonna continue to focus on this T3. That's the first T3. Can they get anything else? Phoenix dives to get the Meteor Hammer off. Does connect on to Jaina. Did not expect that. MCY is here, but she blinks away. They're going to go back. They're going to kind of focus on. Jaina's going to heal back up in the fountain. Jill is continuing to just provide what she can in terms of pushing out the bottom lane. But she's just trying to find farms. She's trying to get back in this game, but she's actually behind Jaina as well. So, a tough matchup.
Yeah, very tough matchup. It's all up to Adroit on how to end this game right now. Another speed, throw.
They've got him. MCY and on Azalea, if anything. The Spirit gets killed as well. Mac just goes on in, and they found Cat. So they got both of the, the 3 and the 5. I was going to say both supports, but Azalea right now, is she a core at this point?
Not at all. I think she hasn't been a core for after the first 5 minutes. But also the range of the speed is just a bit crazy, right? It's so far. She could just hide in the trees and then toss someone into the middle of a tier 3.
Ooh, the Sonic Wave goes down. CML does find Jill though. The Spirit Vessel, the Sunray, the Cogs, and CML goes down. Freezing Field, just trying to cover what they can. The Spit Out does end up connecting. Legaia leaps away. Oh, and the egg does crack, and Cat dies as well. And that's going to be the first move spoken by Legaia for the day. Focus on these racks. MCY, like, man, when he goes into the supersonic speed mode, like, he just looks hilarious whenever he's attacking.
Especially if the Muscle Fenders plus the ultimate just Super Saiyan mode.
The Meteor Hammer, look at that. The Meteor Hammer, in addition to that, the Sunray, just in case MCY gets, he can get fully healed here. Boom, we don't care. And he's just focused on the racks. Like, literally, there's 2 heroes bottom, but they're not even committing on this. They have all 5 heroes, and there's just like, I don't know how we're supposed to deal with this MCY.
Yeah, even the spells usage are a bit, the coordination are not there. The arrow goes first, and then the magic missiles.
Oh, the spit out. MCY goes in forward. He found Cat, and he's gonna go. Moonlight's just gonna be used defensively, but it looks like they're gonna back up. Mortimer Kisses is actually out healing the fountain damage. What?
Oh
no! What? What was that?
I mean, level 17 in just 24 minutes is just too big for the set of Brain Spot to sustain. Oh man, this is so tough for Brain Spot, but they're still hanging in the game. They're still trying at least. But Android says, nah, we are ending the game right now.
That's so crazy. Like, wait, hang on. This Mortimer Kisses does 240 per glob, and there's burn damage. But I think that's spell. Oh, MCY. Okay, he's gonna BKB. The egg is gonna use, and it takes all the fountain damage. And MCY, here we go. The Sonic Wave just pushing them, trying to push them out. The egg explodes. They found Jill. He's been stunned up. Doesn't have anywhere to go. Buyback instantly. Legaia's here. Oh, that was a buyback. Wow.
Oh man,
that was a little bit of disrespect.
Yeah, they're just having fun at this point. And yeah, this game, I feel like Android has been gaining control of this game at the very beginning. The the laning settings really screwed Brand Esports up. I think this Vange and Mirana is just not the best duo when it comes to laning, because they're just both squishy and none of them has the ability to save one and another. And MCY as well as TML just took advantage of that and punished them. Also, bottom lane Forever has a pretty untouchable lane as well. Got to the Necronomicon timing super early and just snowball after that.
Like, I'm trying to think of like what you can do. First things first, the game mechanics, did you know that the egg can tank the fountain damage without taking any damage at all?
I learned that today.
I just learned that right now. I did not know that. I'm not gonna lie.
I did not know that too, because I just never seen anybody die fountain with egg before.
Yeah, it tanked everything, and then okay, if you're gonna disrespect someone, that's the way to do it, I guess. But here's the highlight. This is a really nice chrono here by Yale. Does catch him on the back end. Sonic Wave is going to be used, and CML's caught by himself. The Sun Rage is doing a little bit of work, and then the egg is going to be used, and it's going to be killed here. But we're going to see the chat coming up. It's going to be on the middle right, and what is it? There you go. Let's do it. So for the people that did that, we're going to announce the winners very soon. But okay, Brand Esports, for the sake of IO. Okay, here's the winner, Martin Sally. Thank you so much. Well done. And again, we do this every single game, so please pay attention and make sure the chat is in the same spot every time. It's the middle right, so you just look for that throughout the game. But for the sake of IO fans, Brent needs to win. What does Brent need to do in this next game?
I'll say get yourself a better draft. A draft that can, fulfill some of the concept of the game. You want front line, you want initiator. Like these are the things you want to be playing. I think except for that, it's just off lane hero. It could be much better, I feel.
Okay. All right. Hopefully they have something better. We're going to take a quick little break and we'll be into game 2, the final game of the day. We'll be back real soon.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Mas Tegukan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020. Iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan SEA Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Ketika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan This is Passion! Peace!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือ การทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้เนยอยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Hello and welcome back to Top Clan's 2020, the SEA Invitational. My name is Haller and this is Arthur. How are you?
I'm great. We have a couple of good games already, and now we are at the last game for today. Still feeling pretty energetic. How about you?
Good. Where I think that was a game that was kind of in a droid's hands the entire time. I think they were in full control. There was definitely some clowniness with some fountain diving at the end, but a little unnecessary there, especially when you just want to close out the game. But when you're going into game 2, you're definitely making a statement, right? Saying your fountain isn't even safe. I'm gonna go find you. I'm gonna like Liam Neeson in the sense that I will find you and I will hunt you down. Doesn't matter where you go on this map. So just very clinical game. But we're gonna go into the draft soon. But what does Bren do better? What do they need to do?
They just have to start the game better with better draft.
Okay. Draft's the only thing.
Yeah, and of course play better, right? Like you don't want to be suffering from the laning phase too much.
Okay. All right. I mean, I feel like again, because it's like a comfort thing, right? When you're going like Venge, Crystal Maiden, especially in that second phase, like I don't know. That to me, like I don't really feel like the CM was very strong. And also the Venge to me didn't seem like it was really on point as well. I really want to see like the traditional offlaner, like reverse the roles, like reverse the drafts, right? And I think that Bren would have a much better time with what they've drafted, especially into that one. And sometimes it kind of like you have to choose between what you're comfortable with versus what's actually good for the draft in itself.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see some improvement in the draft later on, but before going into the draft, I think we also like to thank all the partners behind us that actually make this entire event possible. So please let us give a shout out to our partners.
Okay. All right, let's give a shout out to our partners: EGG Network, AIS Play, Kumu, Lazada and Lazada Live, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, TikTok, and production is done by InfoFed, Ancient Galaxy, because without them, we would not have had any of this, so thank you so much. As well as Top Clans, please give them a follow on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Make sure that you're paying attention to what these guys are doing, because they're making big waves in SCA. You can find Arthur at Leon Arthur Dota, and you can find me at Holler TV. If you like what we do, please do give us a like and follow. We're on almost all social media. And I think, sorry, Arthur, they can find you on OnlyFans as well?
Not that. Maybe not that. Me, how about you?
Not under Harlow.
I can see you trying to bait me into that. I'm not gonna take that.
I tried. I thought you would just say yes to that. Okay. It was a test to see if you're paying attention more than anything else. All right, but we're gonna get into the game. The teams have actually got into the lobby. They're gonna be underway very soon. But yeah, this is like IO Esports. What do they need to do to help out Bren Esports win out? Do they DDoS attack them? What if they pull out the plug? What's going to happen? Like, what needs to happen outside of Dota? Now we know the draft is a problem. What else can they be doing?
This is such a hard question, man.
I'm not trying to say acts of terrorism, so I'm gonna stop it here. But I'm wondering, because okay, mentally these guys are, they're frazzled. I'm sure that was definitely not a great game by Bren there, but they need to kind of just get back in the game in some way and. Be it a smoke break or something like that, just to kind of get their heads straight. Like there's got to be something that they can do, right?
Yeah, I mean, just try to play to your best, because definitely I feel like these are not the best performances that Brand Esports can pull out. I feel like there's much more in their tank that they can put out. I've seen the Sand King before, I've seen the White Spirit before, and it shows me that they have a lot more better heroes strategically in the draft that they can put out with. So I'll definitely like to see them. I feel like Vengeful is just not the kind of impactful offlaner that you're looking for. You want to look for a draft that's easy to play, easy to execute. Just throw a bunch of stuns into the draft and just makes your life easier. And that's one of the better ways.
If you had to pick an easy, quote unquote, easy lineup, what are the 5 heroes that you think you would just play, especially like somewhat meta relevant, and you don't really care what they're going to counter with? Like, if you're just going to go in, what is that 5?
Post 5?
No,
I mean the 5 hero?
Yeah, 5 heroes. Yeah. Like, what would you pick?
I'll just, if that's the case, if the games are so hard right now, I'll just try to make the game easier. Like, I'll pick a bunch of stuns. I'll start with, the strong carry, either the Void or the Swan. And then you want to pair Swan and Void with a strong post 5 laner. I would say Green Stroke could be pretty strong. Leech could be pretty strong. They have lots of nukes, lots of disable, and then mid lane you can have any of the spirit heroes. All of them are fine. And then off laner you can have something like Sand King plus a Mirana, or maybe like a LC plus a Skywrath. Some kind of synergy going on there that can just make the game much easier, or something just like a Mars Phoenix could be well as well. It gives you strong lanes, strong tower defense, strong team fight. Just by thinking, just by theory crafting, I could come up with a lot more, like a lot of these heroes that have bunch of synergies. I'm pretty sure the brand could do even better than me. They just have to, go for the approach that makes their game a little bit easier than game 1.
Okay. No, I see it. I like that. I like that draft a lot better, to be honest. But yeah, it's something a little bit more traditional, something that kind of is more balanced, I would say. Excuse me, is like the biggest thing. But Brand Esports here banning Magnus, Doom. Are those first phase ban worthy heroes now?
Ban worthy hero, huh? Also Snapfire?
Okay.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to remove Snapfire from the pool if you don't have a Snapfire yourself. Snapfire play yourself.
Okay. Brand had a chance, but they're gonna go with the Legaia Earth Spirit to start things off. But a droid.
Yeah, this is one way to start it off. You want to pick the best hero of your best player.
Yeah. I think that this is a good one. But a droid here, are they saying, oh, you pick the Venge first, we'll show you how it's done, and we'll just kind of flex it to where we need to? Or is this going to be like Venge Mars? Is that a good lane?
I don't think they will want to put Venge plus Mars into the same lane, but it's a definitely good, pretty good opening, I would say, because Mars himself is pretty flexible as well. I've seen Mars 5, Mars mid, Mars off lane. So if this Mars eventually get countered, you could move to some other lane, so that's fine. And it's also one of the combo that you can create with the Snapfire, right? So Brand Esports, they definitely want to ban out the Snapfire themselves if they are going to the next phase of banning. But right now, we're going to look at what are the heroes they want to pick here to counter-react the Mars.
Yeah.
Or just to create synergy themselves.
Like, okay, if you're going to ban, or you're going to, counter the Mars, I mean, your Earth Spirit has its own way of just getting out of that thing, right? But, like, what else do you see? Like, what do you pick to counter this?
I think I can start by, I don't know, man. Just it feels like a droid, they're picking Mars to bait the counter pick coming up from Brand.
Okay.
You get what I mean? Because if you just pick a hero that can just dominate Mars, something like a Monkey King Ursa, then a droid will just with no hesitant, they'll just switch Mars to another lane. So it's also very dangerous to just pick a counter pick here, and they go with the Queen of Pain instead. I think this is a good approach by not directly addressing Mars, but you're also showing your Queen of Pain so early. I thought
this has got to be a 3. This has got to be a 3, right?
You think so? Queen of Pain 3?
Like logic. I think that Azalea. I think that this is one of her, I mean, it just seems like if not, you're giving it away. Why would you pick the Quap otherwise? I would have thought that maybe a position 4, but they've already got Lagai on the Earth Spirit, right? I don't believe anyone else from Brent can play the Earth Spirit, so I think she's locked into that. And the only logical explanation of why you would show this early is the fact that, hey, we're going to play Hazelia on this one. Like, that could throw people into a loop, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I can see Osprey plus Queen of Pain as a much better lane set, has a much better lane settings. They are killing lane. There's a lot of killing potential from these two heroes. Lots of slows, lots of right clicks as well. And I like the fact that they banned out the Snapfire too, just to prevent what last games, what has happened on the last game happened again this time around. I like that. And Bloodseeker pick, Bloodseeker ban was pretty interesting too. I think they're trying to get rid of the AoE control coming up from the droid side. Imagine Arena of Blood and then you dump the blood right in. That could be pretty devastating too.
Yeah. That would be sick, actually. The arena, like you play Mars as like, the Bloodseekers the 3, Mars 4, and then you have like the arena blood right combo, you know what I mean, of death. And that would be super difficult to kind of deal with. But yeah, I think that like if we're looking at bans, like the fact that they banned out the Bloodseeker and the AM there, what is the reasoning for that? They like those heroes counter each other, if anything.
I think they're banning Bloodseeker to remove the potential combo from a droid. Anti-mage ban is just more like maybe they're planning on picking some heroes that are intelligent or not good in split pushing or punishing, so they get rid of the anti-mage. Some of the teams, they just hate playing against anti-mage because it's just not it's not their strength in punishing the anti-mage. Some teams are just don't like the playstyle, so I can understand why they want to get rid of it. I also want to touch a bit on the Bat Rider ban. I think this could be a giveaway that they are at least thinking Mars, at least considering Mars as opposed to. That's why you want to get rid of the Bat Rider.
They've gone with a Rubik. Okay.
Boomy
Position-
Rubik.
Yeah. I think it's all right. Makes the most sense.
Yeah, always good to have a Rubik. I think Rubik is one of the heroes that you can always just blind pick into anything, because Rubik is most of the time good in any game. Even though you don't have really great spell to steal, but the Lift, the Fate Bolt still could be very valuable coming into the mid game. And Oracle pick, that one is something interesting for me. Have you seen them play Oracle before? Because this is the first time I see.
I have not seen Cat play the Oracle. I feel like the hero is pretty insane right now. I think the power spike is there, but Oracle is like the type of hero where if you're not like, 25, 50 games into Oracle, I think that it's definitely not something that you want to try, especially in a game at this level, right? Oracle is definitely, it's a super scary, just the amount of power that it has, the burst, the save potential, just everything about Oracle is just amazing, but very squishy. And you're going to feel it if you're not 100% well-versed in this Oracle. I'm hoping Cat is.
Yeah, you definitely have to be mechanically familiar with this hero to make use of it, because Oracle, a lot of people thinks that this hero is a defensive hero, but it's absolutely the opposite. Oracle is a very offensive hero when it comes to laning phase. You can just dump in so much magical damage in a matter of seconds, and if any good Oracle player would know and would be very aggressive on the lane. But I want to talk about this Dazzle pick as well from a droid. Lots of magic armor reduction coming up from the side of the droid. Vengeful with the wave, and Dazzle of course with the bad juju. I can see a droid just outputting so much physical and magical damage in one go. And it feels like a droid, they want to push the tempo fast as well. They want to end the game fast and then just snowball with the Dazzle and Venge.
How did they lane this though?
I think they want the Dazzle to be in the mid lane. Or maybe 4F on the 3 Dazzle. It depends on where the Mars go, really. I think Mars and Dazzle would be the 1 or 3. I know the fact that Mac, he used to play a lot of Dazzle, like 3 or 4 months back then.
Yeah, I mean, he played it at BTS, so he definitely has experience in that.
Okay.
He doesn't play Rubik, so I think that it's kind of, or at least he didn't play it at BTS, or more the recent tournaments that have been going on. So I don't see him doing like a Dendi Rubik type. So I think that they're probably going to aim for this this Dazzle mid. I think that's kind of what they're aiming for. But a Void Spirit.
All right, so lot of purple heroes on the side of the draw. It seems like they always want to synchronize the colors of the heroes. There's one very interesting way. Who do you think will be the carry here for a droid though? Oh.
Hang on, let me think about this.
5 seconds remaining.
Do they like I'm thinking Venge actually, right? And then you have a Void Spear mid, and then you have your Mars 3, Rubik 4, Dazzle 5. That makes the most sense to me, right?
Yeah. Okay, let me think. Okay, my turn to take my guess. I'll say Venge is a 5, Rubik is a 4, and then Mars and Dazzle either 1 or 3, and then What Spirit will be the carry. That's my guess.
Wait. Void. So wait, who's the mid? Oh, the Mars or Dazzle. That's
either
2 or 3.
Yeah, either Mars or Dazzle will be the mid, and What Spirit will be the carry.
Interesting.
And What Spirit will go for the insane amount of physical damage kind of carry. You remember how at one point people are just going for Crystallis, Dazzle, or What Spirit?
Yeah.
I think this might be the build here for MCY.
That was kind of early in Void Spirit's release. Like people didn't really understand what sort of hero he was, so they were definitely trying things out. But Viper mid.
All right, now you want to lane Dazzle into Viper, right? You don't want either Mars. All right, so it's a Dazzle carry. Okay, none of us are right.
Okay.
None of us are right.
Hang on.
Dazzle carry?
I was right with Hazelia on the Quap though. I expected that. Okay.
Oh
But
yeah, all right.
the MCY and the Mac thing, that totally threw me off here. I mean, I did not expect the position to one Dazzle, right?
Yeah, unless they want to do a lane swap, I don't know, but I would say you don't want White Spirit into Viper, right? That's not an advantageous matchup at all for the White Spirit. And I've seen MCY and Mac that do the lane swap. So we'll see when it gets to the lane. But overall, I would say it feels like this time around, Brand they got themselves a pretty well-rounded draft. Not gonna lie, you have pretty strong lane, a Spirit Queen of Pain, and then Oracle and Drow. They're pretty strong, although they are a bit squishy. But so positioning is going to be really, really important in this game. You want to be careful with your positioning. You don't want to get punished by Rubik's Lift or the Mars Spear. If you are able to protect your position, I do think that they have a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's gonna come back to this whole this Viper mid for me. I think Jaina, again, I feel like this hero is really hit or miss and mainly miss. I'm not a big fan of Viper because you're committing a lot and you're giving a lot of farm to somebody who's not gonna just end the game for you, right? And that's my struggle with it. Like, think of it like the Void Spirit. You know, just compare apples and apples with that. The guy, like, if you're gonna have a Void Spirit mid, the guy can scale. He can come back if he needs to. You know what I mean? He does a ton of damage and control. Whereas the Viper's just like, I'm just gonna run at you and just like, they're taxing you to death and just Radabetos you so you can't go anywhere. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Viper is just that kind of hero that, all right, I'll just run into you, throw all my spells, and if you don't die, I die. So it's like throwing a coin toss every single time.
Yes.
If I'm just switch off my brain, throw all my spells into you, and hope that I outlive you. That it seems like the case most of the time, but of course that's not really just a metaphor. But I know that I can totally understand that why you dislike Viper, because looking at the stats, I think this is the 6th or 7th Viper game, and I think there's only one win so far out of all.
Yeah. I think it was yesterday, right? Or sorry, the more recent days, Sunday.
Yeah. So it was only one game. I couldn't remember who got the win. I think it was
Neon. Neon?
I
don't
it was
remember.
Escalation with the Orchid pickup on Can. Viper.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
Other than that, all the Viper game has resulted in a loss. So
It's
definitely
been rough,
hope,
man.
Viper, it's not bad of a hero.
Trying to zone out. The roll just zones him away, but he misses the roll. The guy that is gets a couple shots in. Magic missile will just kind of stop that one. But MCY is looking to just fight this. But Cat is actually getting in on the action as well. Is this going to be a tri lane to start? Fortune's End. The poison is going to slow them down, but MCY is getting very low with a deny range. Fairy Fire's the first time. He's trying to get it rolling, and that's going to be first blood going the way of Cat. That's something. That's a really good start, right?
Yeah, that's a very good start. Like everyone should be, super pumped up. Look at CML, he keeps his own carry for that as well. I mean, this exact move happened last game too, but it was unfavorable for a droid. But mid lane, ooh, so much harassment.
A lot of damage, and that's really worrying as a Viper. Like you want that early game and just to push and just be this really annoying toxic guy that just zones people out, and Jaina not really able to do that.
Yeah. And speaking of Viper, like I know that a lot of the mid players, they actually hate playing Viper.
Oh, it catches. Yep.
Yeah, it feels like I was with Alacrity and Adam yesterday. And then I participated in. I'm just watching them playing their screams because I visited them as one of Cyber Cafe, and then their teammates are just making fun of Alacrity, saying that, alright guys, I'm gonna pick Viper for you because you have been playing too much of the Spirit heroes. I'm just gonna pick Viper for you. And then Alacrity is like, nah, F off, man. I'm not gonna pick Viper. Yeah, like so because. This is just a boring hero, and most of the mid laners, they love to create chaos, right? They love to be flashy, and Viper is just not that hero that can do any of that.
Oh, roll is gonna miss. Foreb just kind of gets the God's Rebuke on Cat.
Damage.
Did not expect that damage with the Fate Bolt. God's Rebuke just doing a lot, but Foreb's gonna just salve right in front of the Gaia. Doesn't really care.
Yeah, this is why positioning is so important. If you get out of position, you get leaped into spear, and you just die. So Oracle needs to be very careful with where she stands in the lane. She wants to spending a little bit to the right, be a little bit behind the Drow, I would say.
And so, I mean, Jaina, they picked her hero here, the Viper, because they knew, like, they didn't know what Mac was gonna pick. Is that the right call for you? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, do you pick something that's like, some people would say Dragon Knight or Alina, which are kind of good in almost any lane. They can generally fight well. But is that Viper to you, that hero that could just be like, I'll just take on any matchup with this hero?
Viper definitely is one of the heroes that you can blind pick into a lot of the situation. I would definitely say yes. Yes, you can do that because there's a lot of way of making Viper work. If you really, there's just so. I couldn't think of any hero that can really just totally dominate this Viper. I think in a lot of matchup, you just, as long as the skill level is pretty much the same, Viper should get at least a 50-50 matchup. Even if it's a little bit lesser than 50-50, you're still able to sustain yourself in the lane, make use of a Necrotoxin, just make use of the hero. I think the key here is to how does your team play around the Viper? This is something that most of the teams should be considering because the Viper as a hero, he needs teammates.
They got the kick. They got something. Magic missile, though. Just backing him off. The poison touch. Here we go. MCY is looking to turn this up. We've got the heal as well, but that's going to be the extent of that. Like, missing that initial roll. Oh, but Hazelia comes on in. Really wants CML. She's in deny range and the long range. Oh, the roll. Just a little too short. This is the issue with Earth Spirit, is that when you're level 10, you get that talent, right? Where it extends the range. And so when you get used to that, and so when you're playing, 1 to 9 levels, you don't have that distance. So it kind of throws you off in a loop a little bit.
Yeah. I know you yourself is a big Spirit fan. So level 10, do you normally go for the damage talent or do you go for the rolling caster range?
I go for the range. Yeah, I go for the range. Because I feel like in terms of initiation and escape, it's a lot easier to play because you roll further, right? So you can go in and out. For me, and the damage for me isn't my playstyle. My playstyle is more about just control.
Yeah. So I think from a supporter standpoint, you definitely want the rolling caster range. Having cast range just the best thing for support because you can just position yourself so much better. You can decide how to go into the fight and how to get out as well. Definitely a lot of room of escape too, and the damage talent is just more for the cores, I would say.
Yeah, agreed. All right, so 3 going the way of Adroit in terms of the runes. The guy only managing to snag 1 of those, but this MCY 29 and 13 denies though.
Yeah, looking at the last hits of Queen of Pain, 9. I mean, this is like what 5 times higher than the Queen of Pain. I'll say MCY after the first sloppy death, this is definitely much better now, and he's going for the Midas too. So a little bit of ambitious thinking there. He wants to like just make use of the bad juju and get lots of Midas charged up. I think it's okay since you are playing a position 1 Dazzle by mid lane.
Oh, but the Fade Bolt, Jaina's running for her life, and here comes the Gaia with a roll. Misses, but it gets remnanted back. Yeah, TP for that. But Mac, okay, we talked about this whole Void Spirit into Viper, right? Look at the last hits, 40-8 versus the 34-3 of Jaina. And mind you, Jaina was like almost 20 last hits away, but she's definitely caught back up. So what is that level where Viper's like gonna start dominating?
Oh,
but his
if I bring that Xayah, it's gonna fall MCM. All is also gonna get out. Jaina, you'll be wasting a TP here all the way to the top lane. I would say level 6 would be the go-to if you want to get your Viper strike early on. But the key for Viper is you want your teammate to be rotating to your lane. Because Viper is such a low mobility hero. It's so ineffective for Viper to travel around the map to create things because it's just so slow. Unless you get a power rune like a DD or a haste, then you can afford to make your move onto the side lanes. But before that, you really want the Gaia or the Esprit to just constantly camping in the mid lane. I'm not sure why the guy hasn't been doing that because Viper versus Esprit versus White Spirit. If the Esprit was here early game to provide the pressure that Viper needs, Viper could just completely dominate this mid lane.
Yeah.
So this is something that Esprit players need to watch out for. You want to identify the lane that you can punish and destroy it, and just keep going onto that lane.
Mac is moving into position, just wants Azalea, but I mean they've completely swapped out lanes. They're like, Azalea's like, I can't farm in this one, having a hard time. But in the bottom lane, Mars is dominating Jill, 38-13 versus 24-9. Roll just again, little off the mark. MCY is just gonna run away here.
Nevertheless, this is such a slow game compared to the first one though. Just 2-1. Dazzle hasn't been really effective because it's just Dazzle, right? If you are up against the Queen of Pain, it's quite hard for you to get the Queen of Pain down. She can always just blink away. Bottom side, it just feels like everybody just trade farming. It depends on who are the one that are farming more efficiently right now.
Yeah. Mac is still starting to make moves. The guy's rolling away. And they found Jaina, so they got something out of this rotation. I mean, there are like, 3 heroes there? They're going to try to go up, and they're going to look to just cut off Azalea's route of retreat. They found Azalea, the Astral Step, but the Remnant is a little off the mark. He's been kicked back by Legaia, rolled back. Azalea trying to just run away. She's going to dodge through the trees. For some reason, hang on, let me, a magic missile, no! And she blinks, okay, but she blinks to the high ground. Oh, the Remnant is going to connect and end up killing her. Mac is going to go on in Astral Step. They're looking for cats. And it looks like Mac is going to TP. No, Legaia says no as she gets the roll in. And Mac has gone too deep. And Jaina with that TP ends up getting the kill right there.
Nice management coming up from Brand. Adroit, I know you guys are feeling really confident. But you need to remember the point that you have to win this game. Because winning one game is not gonna get you to the knockout stage. You are gonna have to win both games and get the 3 points into your pocket. So even though they are confident, you really want to just slow things down a little bit, still take the right approach, and make sure that you clinch this 1 game victory and get yourself into the knockout stage.
Yeah, Android, I mean, yeah, they're not really high tempo. They're not getting a whole lot of kills or whatever, and they did try to make a move there, but at the end of the day, top 3 net worth. So they're just kind of playing the long game. They're realizing that, hey, if we just outfarm people, we have more items. There's really nothing they can do. I mean, this MCY position 1 Dazzle could be potentially very scary, right? It's going to be super difficult. They get Jaina, lift up, wasn't going to go anywhere. So yeah, not much going on. Like they're just playing like a little bit slower paced because they're playing to their team strengths.
Exactly. Yeah, they're just gonna gather all the necessary items first. Like Rubik, he definitely wants the Ether Lens so that it helps with the initiation, and also Mars. It seems like Mars, I think use Scepter timing or Dagger timing would be the go-to time for Mars, but for F is already looking to be.
Oh, the lift up, the spear back. The magic missile was used. Okay, but they get at least the arena is now there. Found Jaina has got nowhere to go. They're gonna look to fight this Nether Toxin, dissimulate as well, but Mac is gonna end up getting that one.
They also scout out the ancient stacks as well. So if they take this away from the Drow, it's gonna be so bad for her. Looking at the Drow network, she's definitely not doing very well in terms of farming.
Yeah,
and I want to look at the Dazzle too.
As well. Like she hasn't been able to rotate into, like she's been more reactive instead of, you know, proactive in the sense of just getting some sort of kills. The silence here, found Mac, Remnant, can be used, but doesn't actually connect. Roll, just a little short kick, Boomy, Fade Bolt, Wave of Terror, the lift up into the Nether Toxin though, and the silence on CML. The Sonic Wave not doing enough. Magnetize is now going to be used. It connects on the 2. That was a nice Magnetize. Hazelia goes on deep though, probably a little too deep. She's been taunted back by the Remnant, and Mac will end up securing that kill.
Yeah, too bad there isn't any stones there to refresh the Magnetize. Otherwise, I think Boomy might have dropped too. Like everything, like most of the ultimates were dropped, but they really only just get CML on the Vengeful, so definitely not the best fight that they would have hoped for. Dazzle, Facebook Dazzle, huh?
Okay. Like what is
this? First time I see this.
Yeah. what is the Okay, he's gonna go Aghanims next.
Wow.
Are you okay with that?
This is a right click Dazzle. I mean, Dazzle, you know, level 10, he does has the damage talent. I couldn't remember how many damage, but yeah, given that they are running armor reduction lineup with the Venge and Dazzle, I can actually see the Agonies taking off and being just really effective.
Okay, Jane on the other hand is going to be going more of a tankier sustaining build with Greaves. Drums into Greaves. Are you okay with that on Viper?
Drums and Greaves, yeah. I always like Greaves on Viper. You know, just much better than the Orchid one, because you know that Viper is really the only front line here for Brand Sports. They have to always position the Viper in front of the team fight. Make sure that the Viper soak up most of the spells, and then you save her. You save the Viper with the false promise and stuff.
They roll in and they found him, but CML with a nice swap. Mac thought he was on the low ground. He actually went bottom. CML has been broken, and he does get killed. Hazelia with a double kill. Can they get anything else? They're looking to get more. They found Rubik, but Boomy, oh, the stolen blink, and Boomy with the style points as he gets away.
Very good punishment coming from Brand. Now they want to make sure that they push the lanes out a little bit, but Boomy,
Blake, oh, but Forev out of nowhere with the spear. And he locks him in. And Rubik with the outplay in the sense of just being bait.
yeah, good. Very good first Blink Dagger appearance as well for Mars. She's going to look for more.
Arena found him, gets kicked out of his own arena, but the Fade Bolt doing a lot of work. False Promise has been used, but Cat just slowing down the inevitable. That thing is a sun, so it's gonna explode in a matter of seconds. Oh, no, the heal. Wait, no.
What?
Wait, what? Was that a?
No, I swear,
was that a visual
I swear
bug?
this thing is. Yeah, I swear this thing could be very confusing sometimes. It's just so confusing.
It turns green when it's about to heal, but that was definitely like a sun one. That was like a reddish one. Or a different color one, right? Okay, for the record, I'm partially colorblind, okay? Just so you know, but I'm pretty sure that was supposed to have destroyed her as opposed... Whatever, okay. Roll in here, found Mars, has been magnetized, and the Sonic Wave is in deny range, but he's been speared away.
She stole it?
The magnetize that's been going to go in. They found Forev and oh gosh, Boomy in a bad spot, nowhere to run. CML is here. Magic Missile just thrown on Jaina, and here comes MCY. No follow up.
All right, another 2 for 2 trade. I think any trades on from now on should be pretty favorable for brands, simply because the bounty you are getting is just much higher. The Mac here sitting at the DD rune and in high ground. He's completely getting scouted by the Cliff Ward, so should not be getting anyone with this DD rune. But this is such an early Orchid build. 15 minutes.
Astral Step,
Jaina
got the silence, got nowhere to go. Magic Missile, Jaina's been remnanted back, and that's going to be another kill going the way of Mac with the DD just doing so much work. I mean, do you go for Roche? What are you doing? What is Mac? Where's Mac going right now?
Yeah, he wants to go to top lane. Yeah, it seems that Hizaya and Jill, they're looking to push this tower. And Jill has to get back now. He has to TP out now, otherwise she's in trouble.
Mac is in the area, found him, got the silence, the dissimulate, the remnant back, the arena, which is on point, caught the two. Got the spear in on Azalea as well. Mac with a double kill, and they want more. CML's looking to run around, trying to find some sort of swap, but the guy's a little too quick. Initial boulder, they got vision, and that's gonna be it.
Holler, now I know you are Now I know that you are Blink. You are a Blackpink fan.
What's that? How do you know?
Yeah, you just say Mac is in your area, right? It's like the Blackpink is in your area.
Yeah. Duh. I mean, you should see the Blackpink tattoos I've got. I mean, I don't want to show off. I'm just kidding. That's for another day. Here's the lift up here to simulate. They found the Jaina. She's been silenced. The Fade Bolt. The Hazelia gets the swap. Or sorry, CML with a swap. They found. Okay, CML goes down. Ligaya, the shallow grave on the spirit of CML. The dissimulate. All right, we'll end up killing Ligaya's there, and CML actually tips MCY for shallow graving the spirit. Well played by MCY there. They found Azalea.
Man, well, once I put out the Blackpink, you're just going crazy, dude. So okay, let me guess. So you look like
Radiant's middle tower is
let me think. You look like a Genie fan. Genie.
You're gonna have to follow me on social media because that's where I announce all my love for this.
Yeah, please tell us where can you want to find your content just simming over Blackpink.
Yeah. All I do is I talk about K-pop. I don't talk about Dota on my channels, but I'm you can find me on Holler TV.
Yeah, very nice.
Awesome.
And of course, if you guys want something else other than K-pop, if you guys want really Dota, you can always hit me up at Leon Arhe Dota on Twitter, Instagram, or just Facebook. Like, we are pretty much available on all social media except for OnlyFans. Maybe Holler is on OnlyFans. I don't know.
Maybe you should.
I don't want to check out. Actually, I want. Now that you have the Blackpink tattoos, I want to check out.
Yeah. So I've got a tramp stamp with one of their names, and then Oh wait. Oh, you're gonna have to tune in later. But the Blinken Arena Forever found Jill. The false promise has been used. He's been gusted away, but it looks like he's gonna go down. This is gonna explode, right? This is how that sun works. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is how the sun works. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, I mean, the sun wasn't as burning as brightly as before in the last one against Cat, but I'm pretty sure it should have damaged instead of healed the slight a bit that it did. So maybe it's a visual bug. I'm not sure, but looks like they're gonna get the T2 here.
You know, some wise people once said that Dota is still in beta. This might be the case here. Oh, Mac.
Azalea getting baited. No, but the use perfect on Ligaya, and he's gonna look to try to TP away. Can anybody come in? The spear! Forever with that nice TP. Gets right in and the perfect timing. And all he says is okay.
Just another day in the office for Forever. Don't have to be too surprised. But MCY, once again, is all the way up there alone. Maybe with CML. So CML is gonna be more than happy to tank any gangs coming out from Brand. But I just want to see this Academic Spear from Dazzle. I've never seen this work in competitive games at all.
Yeah, this is pretty
He
crazy.
has the...
Oh, They found Jill. She's been disarmed. She's trying to fight Mac. Got the pulse in. The multi-shot is doing work. And here's the arena. Catches all three. Jaina goes down. Azalea's been used. And they want more. Oh, she blinks. She gets away. At least for now. The Sonic Wave is Mac is gonna dodge that one. That was actually pretty nice, but Legaia rolls in, but she gets to the low ground. That's unfortunate. The Shallow Graves keeping Mac alive just for now, who's been disarmed, and they get the spear back on Legaia, and Mac is within deny range. Is anyone gonna kill him?
They're trying to deny him. They're trying to deny him.
Azalea gets the kill though.
You can see MCY just running onto Mac and trying to deny him. I mean, Oracle can always like. Okay, I mean, Dazzler can obviously just heal him up, right? But Nana is just gonna deny you.
No. Might as well kill him, right? So they're gonna get the top T2, and they're gonna continue to push. But yeah, 23k net worth lead, 30-9. Good God, that's a sizable hurdle to overcome by Bren here.
Yep. Remember how we said that the early game was a little bit slow, but it was it was all just the calm before the storm. Now, right now, this is the hurricane. This is Adroid at their strongest. Boomy got in their Blink Dagger. MCY sitting with the Aegis with Aegis with Axe. Hizaya might be dead here. Lift.
They got him. Oh, the roll is gonna be off the mark. The magic missile. Can Legaia do anything, sort of recover? But MCY is getting gone on. She's getting very low. Oh, Shallow Grave just turned this up, and she's got the axe, and she's fighting everybody, but she's actually taking a ton of damage. Age has been popped. They've gotten Jaina, and they've gotten Kat. Jill is looking to take some damage. She gets killed as well, and it looks like they want more. Hazalia's been silenced, and they got more, but buybacks are coming. Kat, Drow, Jill is here, but they've got the Gust back in the fountain. Kat, looking to just focus on Forev. Bristle front will turn around, make sure that he's got the shield on up. The swap back in, and Jill goes down. That's a die back. Legaia buys back here, and it looks like that's going to be pretty much top racks. This is probably about 2 sets of racks.
The Deso pickup by MCY just gonna fasten this tower pushing so much. And honestly speaking, I couldn't see the hitting projectile from Dazzle at all during the team fight because everything was just so messy. There were so many spells being dumped into the team fight. But I do think that the bad Juju armor reduction is just a bit too much for the side of Brand Esport to hell with. Because Viper, he doesn't have any armor items, so even though he has the BKB, he's just gonna die to this right clicks coming out from Mars and the MCY too.
Step Remnant right under Legaia. Yules. The guy goes down. They got the lift up on Jaina, and she's been broken. And yeah, oh my gosh, that bad juju, just all of that stuff, it like compounds everything that they want to do, and they just kill, and the MCY just gets swapped back, and Jill actually just calls it GG, and that's gonna be it. So with Droid Esports, they're gonna move on. Congratulations to them. I mean, 40-9, 22 minutes. That was pretty much systematic.
Yeah, like both of the teams are showing the sportsmanship as well. Brand Esport knowing that this game is their last game, regardless of the result, they are just saying thank you for the learning experience, and that's some good spirits. There's some good competitive spirits there. I think this for Brand Esport is like what you say at the very beginning, right? This is a learning lesson for them, and I do hope that they learn, and I can definitely see some improvement into the draft in this particular game.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was pretty much systematic. I don't know what else they could have done better. Like, I feel like this is a good learning experience for Bren. Definitely something that you can kind of just pick up, make sure that you kind of get into it as you move forward. There's a lot to learn, especially when you're playing against these teams, right? What could you do better? It's just how to just get yourself back into the game, pick yourself up, and move on.
Yep. You don't want to dwell on the losses. Instead, you want to turn these losses into good positive outcome, and now we are going to see the code coming up in any second. MCY is going to fall here for the first split, and the code should just be up. Is it the first split? Yes, it is. So yeah. For anyone that's attentive enough to get this, you will be rewarded, and lucky winner should be up in any second, and you will be Kalor Lutiba. So congratulations to Kylo for being rewarded. So make sure you stay tuned with Top Clans. For those who didn't win
do not worry because we still have a couple of days of tournament going, and there's a lot more chances for you to win some free stuff. So all you have to do is pay attention.
Yeah, which is not always the easiest thing to do, right? Just telling people to pay attention, right? Like pay attention to class, pay attention here and there. And so sometimes a little bit difficult. Sometimes you might not catch everything. These happens at like moments, you know, like in a team fight or first blood or rampage or whatever it is. So you got to kind of just make sure you're ready for that kind of stuff. But yeah, we saw a game, Group A, kind of, in terms of closing out. Here's the latest standings. It's going to be MG Trust and Adroit Esports. Both of those teams are going to move on. IO Esports, unfortunately, with their loss today, will not be moving on. And so they've been eliminated, as well as Bren Esports. Tomorrow, we're going to have some pretty amazing games. We're going to have Execution Neon, like all those in Group B are going to be playing tomorrow. We're going to see if exactly can Vice Esports do the same thing in terms of playing spoiler alert for Bren, like Bren Esports today. But we'll find out those games tomorrow. It's going to be the same time, same place, 1 to 4, 1 to 5-ish in terms of plus 8 GMT. So we'll be having those games tomorrow. My name is Holler. This is Arthur. Any last words before we close things out?
I mean, tomorrow's games are just going to be even better, I feel. Like, all these teams are super even in terms of performance and standards. So you definitely want to check out tomorrow's game. So make sure you guys give a follow on Top Clans, and so that you wouldn't miss out on anything.
All right, great. So with that said, let's throw it back to the host. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Holler. Thank you, Arthur. Well, it truly has been an exciting game today. But tomorrow's game, I believe, will only be more intense. Now let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow, we will have Galaxy Racer versus VAS Esports, and also Neon Esports versus Exaggeration. At the end, we would like to thank again the support from all our partners: EGG Network, AIS Play, Kumu, Lazada and LazLive, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, TikTok, and local production supported by InfoFeed and Ancient Galaxy. Also, Nightwork support by UU Game Booster. Don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch TV channels for all Top Clan 2020's news and surprises. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for watching today. Tomorrow we'll be back with the group stage of Group B. Don't forget to tune in. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.